Well, good morning, everyone. How's everyone doing? Hopefully you can hear me properly. I had to reformat my hard drive and reset up everything, so I'm hoping everything's working properly. Hopefully we don't have out of sync audio. Hopefully I'm not too loud or too quiet. Hopefully the camera looks okay. Am I a little jittery? It looks like to me it looks jittery. I don't know if that looks correct. Is it time? It's time. So welcome to another Sunday live stream. We're going to be working on 3 different laptops if we get to all 3 of them. And it's your time to vote and to see if if I'm able to fix one of them. I don't look at these things ahead of time, so we're gonna have fun looking at these things. Everybody's saying it's looking good, so that's good. Sound looks good. Do I look jittery? Yes, it's jittery. Okay, let me see if I can fix that. I got to reset my camera, see if that fixes it. Let me deactivate it, reactivate it, and see if that's smoother. Much smoother, maybe. Hopefully, I don't know. I had to reload everything, so everything has to get reloaded. So if I'm having a little bit of a problem this stream, we're going to have to deal with that, and I don't know exactly what's going on, but usually I kind of reset the camera and that fixes it. It still looks a little shaky to me. I don't know. Anyway, so welcome. There's 3 laptops on the chopping block today. We have one that's in 17R4, so that's going to be like circa 2017, 2016 maybe. Person bought it on eBay for a really good deal, and hoping to get it fixed for a good deal also. We opened it up, and my tech saw that there was some ripped components on there. I think an LCD connector's ripped off, maybe some other stuff. Who knows what's going on? So, but the second one is a XPS 9520. They actually came in for a bunch of upgrades, upgrading hard drives, SSDs, things like that, changing to bigger hard drives. But we are the graphics card's not showing up. The audio on YouTube is breaking up. Okay, so let's figure this out. So I have to kind of figure out exactly all these different things. Okay, give me a second. Let's see if we can fit this. Is it making noises? It's buffering. Okay, let me think about this. Okay, so I know there's a couple settings that I didn't have set. No, it's set priority is high. Twitch is fine though. Twitch has a good stream. It's just going to be the issue with YouTube. Now, is it out of sync, or is it a issue where it's, what says YouTube is clear there? I wouldn't mind looking at what it looks like, the stream. Am I in sync here if I do this? It buffers sometimes. I mean, I am sending 10 megabits up there, and I'm not having any drop frames or anything like that. YouTube via Roku is clear. Audio is good on YouTube here. Okay, so maybe it's just some people, I don't know. Refreshing is fine now. Okay, sync is fine. Okay, so let's continue. It looks like we have most people are seeing it. So if you are seeing an issue with your browser or having issues, but the bell message is not working. I see it on the screen, but I'm not hearing it. So it's going in and out. Okay, it's going in and out. And that is hard to see. I was messing with this, trying to get a new bell message screen to come up here for me. But yeah, the bell message, I can't hear the bell. So let me check that real quick, because I had to set up StreamerBot all over again. And so we're going to have this as kind of, it's going to be a clunky starting to a stream, just to let you know. And then once we get all that working out, then we'll figure it out. Okay, so let me see. Where's my bell at? I can't see what you're saying right this second. I need to make sure I have my bell sound. Oh, bell sound not found. Okay. So let's see where I was supposed to have it inside assets. So let me rebrowse to that. Projects assets. All right, give me a second. Projects, assets, sound, and then bell. Desk bell. Okay. Send me another bell message, please, just to make sure I get my bell message. The internet's on fire. Fire the internet. So hopefully it's not anything else going on. Yeah, I'll tell you the whole story why I had to wipe my drive in a second. God, this is so laggy. Ugh. Oh. There we go. We got bells. Okay, bells are coming through. Okay, perfect. I don't control you. Okay, so, all right, so what else do we need to make sure it's working? Here, let me go over to the overhead camera and see how that looks. Overhead camera, look at that. This is crazy. It's so slow. Do you see that? It looks slow to me. Maybe it's not slow to me. Like I'm moving it and it goes kunk, 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 kunk. It's like going like that to me. Now I'm only uploading I use a 4K on the computer itself, and then I upload a 1080p to you guys. So you guys are getting a 1080p, but this is just, it is slow. Okay, so y'all are getting it slow too. I worked so hard to get all this stuff working, and okay, that bell message didn't work. I see the message on the screen, but I didn't make a bell. Or maybe it's delayed. Overhead is weird. The overhead is weird? Yeah, let me reset that camera and see if that fixes it. All right, so while I'm kind of messing with this, I'm going to explain what happened. So on a couple days ago, well, that actually is better. I just reset that camera. Let me reset all my cameras. So these Elgatos, if I don't reset them, sometimes they run really choppy. That's much better now. Okay, I'll reset the overhead. I'll reset that face camera. Oh, that's much better. Okay, cool. I think we're good now, right? So if I just kind of, they resync themselves, I guess. Excuse me. You should try 60 frames per second. You want me to double my frame rate because I'm having issues at 30 frames. The problem with 60 frames is you're doing double. So, I mean, I could try it at some point. Maybe I'll set up a separate canvas, but I record everything at 4K 30 for uploading to YouTube, and then whenever I'm just doing my stream, I just take my 4K 30 and make it a 1080p 30. You know, it's a little more complicated. When you start going 60 frames, I'll either have to set up a whole nother OBS canvas or all that stuff because my cameras only work at 4K 30, so I would have to switch all my cameras to 4K or to 1080p 60, and then, unless it fakes it, unless I can get to fake it. What, 5 subs coming in, 5 membership, gifted memberships. Kendrick, thank you so much for that. So RD and Render and I don't know what that is, the third one, Oliver and Corliss, all got gifted memberships. Thank you so much for those gifted memberships. I don't know why it's not making any noise, but that sounds good to me. Maybe I don't have the output set, but the other thing, so anyway, I'm going to tell you a story real quick. Just a little side note. We're voting. You know, we have 1 minute left on our voting. So those 3 machines there. Oh, the last M16R1, that's just a no power. I don't know the whole story on that one, but so the whole story is I was actually working on the machine from Wednesday. So there was the last machine we worked on Wednesday. The customer needed to access their files. Okay, so they sent it in. The laptop was dead, and they have all their children's pictures and I guess some documents and stuff like that on their SSD, but it's encrypted by BitLocker, and so we needed to fix the motherboard in order to access the drives. Okay, so we determined that is the camera not centered? Sorry. We determined that the CPU was cracked. Okay, I was able to fix the machine. The machine is up and running now. It ended up having some shorted MOSFETs on the power rails that were powering the battery and on the power management chip. And so I was able to get the machine to turn on. So the CPU was not cracked. It actually works fine. So the machine's all up and running. It's working. But guess what? The BitLocker keys are not in the BIOS. So whoever messed with it prior to me or they wiped it by updating the BIOS or whatever they did. So anyway, it boots to a BitLocker screen, and their Windows is corrupted, and so like when you're trying to even go into recovery, you can't do it. So I tried to do the yellow key. That's what happened. So I went hunting around for yellow key, which is going to be the BitLocker bypass, and I guess I found a repo that was not a good repo, and I was just kind of experimenting and just trying different stuff, and I usually try that in a sandbox on a virtual machine, and I was just kind of like, let me try. Let's open this one up real quick, and I cloned that repo, and then next thing you know, my Discord got taken over. So, moral of the story is always do things in a sandbox, especially if you're trying to do some sort of exploit. So my Discord was taken over for a couple minutes, and Senan in the chat, he called me up on the phone and said, hey, your Discord was hacked. I was able to change the password within a couple minutes and stopped it. But then I went ahead and wiped my drive just in case. So wiped my drive, reloaded everything. So this is all fresh. So hopefully we can chug along and everything will work out. But yeah, it's a bummer. I hate it. And I was kind of hoping, like I hate reloading Windows because, you know, you have to reset up every single thing, reinstall every single application, reset up all your layouts and get everything synced back up. But I was hoping it was going to be faster or better or make the computer run better. And it obviously is not like any better than it was before. So whatever. Anyway. Raw dogged and paid the price. That's right. And Premise sent me a yellow a yellow key, but yours wasn't bad. We were trying to find one. It was the one I found prior to that, to Premises. So Windows 11 sucks. Well, I had a Linux distro spun up on another drive, and I booted up on that, and I was going to try to get all that set up, but there's just too many tools that require Windows, so I would have to run virtual machines on all those things anyway. And so, and even using Winboat or something like that, it's just too much work. So anyway, don't forget to wipe all your old passwords. Yeah, so I went through and had to log out all of my devices on all my Google accounts, my Twitch account, log out all those devices, then change passwords. And then I didn't have two-factor on my Discord, which I don't know why I didn't, but I put that on there. But I'm kind of happy I did not, because then it told me that the hacker had done something, because if they weren't able to get in the Discord, who knows whatever else they would have been going through, you know what I mean? So the fact that I was able to get that symptom, then I was able to kind of go through and mitigate that. First time I've ever been hacked, ever. It was so embarrassing too. You know, if you guys want a crypto scam, just come to me and I'll send it out on Discord. Apparently that's what I did. I sent out like 50 crypto scam somethings to people, and I went through and deleted them all after that. So anyway, did you try Yellow Key? So the Yellow Key that I did get did not work on the device. So I'm going to see if I can experiment more, but I need to get a functioning system that has BitLocker on it that I know is a sandboxed machine where I don't care about like messing it up or whatever. But I'm going to, basically the gist of it, I've kind of played around with understanding how it works. But the gist of it is, you don't even need to actually have a flash drive that has these files on there. You can actually put it on the EFI partition of the drive, and it will boot right into an unprotected command prompt. But you have to have the keys in the BIOS, right? So your TPM has to be enabled. You have to have valid BitLocker keys stored there, and so it has to be able to boot the Windows. If it cannot boot the Windows, then it's useless. And so that's what I was trying to figure out, is like, was their Windows install that I'm trying to fix? Was it just a failed Windows install, and that's why it's booting to a BitLocker key, because it's trying to get to recovery? But I think it ended up just being that there's no Windows key or BitLocker key stored. Anyway, so they're kind of screwed. I spend too much time on it anyway. That's how it always works. Okay, we are done. The votes are up. Oh, I didn't even put the poll up. So the winning poll goes to the eBay fine for both people. 92% on Twitch says that, man, I've never seen that's pretty slanted right there. So you guys really want to see this 17R4 that was found on eBay. Do you guys like eBay fines? I don't even know if they're eBay fines. They're more like eBay headaches. But I hacked. I fixed another hack. That's pretty funny, Cyberflake. So the video yesterday, you guys watched that one, I guess, right? You like to watch me suffer is what it is. So the video yesterday, if you missed it, it was a long rabbit hole. It was an eBay find also. I don't know if there's a better term for eBay find than like eBay. I mean, as is eBay laptop is really what it is, right? But yeah, so that one I spent a long time on. So I had so much footage. I probably had 3 hours, 4 hours of footage on that one, and probably 6 hours at least spent on it. But the thing is that there was a lot of just measuring and measuring and measuring and measuring. So I tried to leave as much measuring in there as possible, but it kind of gets like, there's like a loop or whatever. But I ended up fixing it, but you have to watch the whole thing to see how I fixed it. But it was pretty much a pain in the butt, and I didn't want to ever do it again at the end of it. But, that's how it is. It was for science. It was for science. Suffering for science. Okay, let me grab this laptop. We can kind of do our overview, and then we'll do our intro, and we'll get going on it. So this one is it taken apart? No, it's not taken apart. It's kind of in pieces. I think it came more or less like not screwed together, missing a bunch of screws. This little back cover was just not even screwed on. It just came right off. You know what? I'm not getting these sound effects for your super chats for some reason. I need to figure that out. Yes, fines are good for the video. Very entertaining. Thank you, Semper. Let me see if I can fix this super chat sound bell. I think it's in here. It's a different oh, there it is. Super chat bell. Item not found. Let me update that. All right, bear with me, guys. Desk bell. Okay. All right, so that should be fixed now. I hope. I hope I'll be able to hear you. I hope I'll be able to hear you. And let me move this over. Yay! Okay, that worked. Okay, so now, and then I added another super chat thing off, not super chat, but a Bell message prompt off to the side, because sometimes I have a hard time reading your Bell messages. Oh, so I'm trying to make it easier. Hey! Oh my gosh. It worked, it worked. Thank you. Thank you for that. Okay, so let me stop the poll. What was the second place? I didn't get to see that. Second place is going to be the 9520, it looks like. All right, so 9520 will be the next one after we do that. And sorry, I'm doing all sorts of stuff here. Okay. Okay, so this laptop purchased on eBay. Let's read the notes. Make sure there's nothing personal. All right, so eBay. There we go, this is better. True eBay find. So adding true to it makes it better than it was prior to that. So usually what I find on eBay, it's basically like the laptop is, it's already been to a bunch of repair shops, or someone tried to fix it a bunch, and then there's like, screw this, I'm just going to sell this thing as no good, right? So, and usually it's the worst case scenario. You rarely find something that's barely been fixed. So anyway, only one screw left, no RAM, no SSD, or NVMe. I just want to see if the machine is still capable of salvation. Grand total after paying for a refund, I found no RAM and SSD, no screws. Came out to around $100. So he paid about $100 for it, so that could be a pretty good deal. I have a 330 watt charger. But after watching, so he was thinking that it would be $130 for my repair. That's just a regular repair. It's going to be $249 for a motherboard repair. But anyway, we'll see if we can Frankenstein this thing together and figure it out. I know that there was one thing that was automatically noted by my tech, is that there is a ripped connector on the board. So let's kind of snap this thing together, and we'll do a little intro, and then we'll get going on it. So many words. Words. You guys know that I don't like all those words. All right, I'm not even going to put this thing on. This is just too much. This is too much. It's just flopping around. Only one screw in it. You know, you could put this thing together halfway and then just sell it and then get, I guess, a couple $100 for it, apparently. And then so he got it refunded down to 100. So even if you bought this for 100 with one screw in there and no SSDs and all that, it might be worth it. I don't know. All right. All right, new day and another laptop that needs to be saved, and this time we have an Alienware 17R4. This is circa 2016, 2017 time period. So this one was actually found on eBay as a non-working laptop. The customer thought that they were getting a really good deal, but when they received it, it only had one screw in it, no SSD and no RAM. So the seller actually refunded them back down to about $100, and he sent it to me hoping that he could save this laptop. I haven't taken a look at this yet. Let's take a look together and see if we can get this figured out. All right, that was actually pretty good. That wasn't too bad. Not too bad. I got coffee. I do have a coffee here, but I don't have any green juice. And my coffee that I have is in a non-really insulated cup, so it actually is going to be cold. It's a little warm, but no green juice today. All right, so first thing I want to do is not even try to turn it on, because this thing is like falling apart. So let's just kind of do a poke around here. I want to figure out exactly what's going on here. Scruff, what you got going on? Turn the camera a little towards the center. Okay, is it my face that's a little off here? Is that better? Is that, you just like this, the face, huh? Is that what you're looking for? All right, I got you figured out there. No skin on the coffee? No little extra skin on the coffee. All right, so the bottom is off. This thing's in pieces, right? There's only one screw put in here, so I don't know where that one screw is. Oh, here's the one screw. Are you freaking kidding me? So out of all the screws that are on the bottom here, there is, where's my screwdriver? I don't know where my screwdriver went. That's pretty funny. Well, hold on, give me a second. I can't work without a screwdriver, people. This is not efficient. I don't know. I'm going to steal someone else's screwdriver. until we find it. I don't know what I did with it. Maybe I erased it with my hard drive. I don't know. Okay, so anyway, the only screw in this machine is actually right here. It's going to be on one of the Tron lights that lights up the edge here. There's a screw that holds it on each one of these. This one's just flapping around, doesn't even have the bracket. There's usually a bunch of these screws. These are like long 2.5 by 8s, I believe. So this one screw holding this whole thing together, pretty nice, pretty nice, pretty nice. So look at that. We can just take the whole bottom off now, which is nice. The middle frame is off. And the Wi-Fi card is in there. The motherboard's not even screwed in. It's just sitting here. Look at this. So we're going to have to replace every single screw in this entire machine. You like that? Are you happy for that? I may be doing that later. We'll do that in another video. How's that? So a couple things we're looking at here. I can already see we have one broken keyboard connector here. This latch right here is replaceable. You can just slide a new one in. We can just steal another one off of another board and just slide it right in. But it right now, and it's just for the backlight, so it doesn't matter. So the keyboard, that's there. Battery, the battery looks pretty nice. It almost looks like it's OEM. I think it might be. Could be. Could be. Let's see if we have any shorts on the board too. We kind of want to figure that out. So we're going to do a little poke around the board just to make sure we don't have any shorts before we start plugging things in. And then I want to figure out, I think the LCD connector is ripped or something like that is what they said. Oh, I wish I could fix my chat window. There's so many words on that chat window, and I usually had like some CSS that I would add in there and it'd make it a lot easier to read, but gosh, there's so many words over there. All right, so we're just going to kind of look where the DC jack plugs in. These MOSFETs a lot of times are shorted, so on this machine. So if you're ever working on this laptop, this is what I want you to do. I want you to go straight to this MOSFET right here, and there's another one on the other side of the board. They're in parallel. This one will become shorted very easily. So if I measure right here, so we have no short, which is good. That's what we want. Okay, so we don't have an issue there. This one's, oh, this one's normally not shorted and it is. That's interesting. Okay, it was just filling up. So that was a false short, so that's fine. And then now we just want to check the main power rail, make sure that's not shorted. And it's fine. So it was filling up capacitors. It showed shorted for a second and it went away, so that's fine. Okay, so that's the main things I wanted to check there, and then we can just check some of the other coils while we're here, just make sure we don't have any shorts on any of those. And we don't have any shorts. So I don't see any shorts. How many times can I say shorts in 30 minutes or 30 seconds? But I believe the LCD connector is ripped off, so let me flip this thing over. And on this machine, it's very common to have the LCD connector get ripped off because people pull the board out without unhooking it. And looky in this ripped off bookie, or whatever I was going to say. So we do have the LCD connector is damaged. Really damaged. It looks like we have a bunch of super glue here and rip there. Okay, so we're replacing the LCD connector. I don't know what else. What else are we replacing? It must be the Wi-Fi card. After getting all the things back up, clone your drive. Oh, good idea, Premise. Yes. I need to do a clone of my drive to back it up so I can just get back to where I was. So that's a good idea. I just reset up everything on Windows. I'll just have to do a clone and make an image. I wanted to make sure the stream worked first, and then we'll get back to it. Are we using hot glue tonight? No hot glue, but they use super glue. I hate super glue. It's so messy. It doesn't work that well either. Okay. So the DC jack goes right here. Let me take this out of here. Okay, so Acronis. Well, I use Clonezilla a lot of times. I mean, I can use a Acronis. We have a Acronis True Image, but it's like an older edition. So that definitely could be a possibility. So all this looks fine, actually. All this looks pretty stock. The LCD connector may be the only thing, I guess. I don't know. That'd be crazy if all it is just an LCD connector and they gave up. You think the stream is working. All right, and the motherboard is out. So this is the area that we were concerned with, the LCD connector being ripped off. And these aren't too bad to change out if there's no rip pads. So let's see what the damage is exactly. It looks fine to me, guys. Does that look good? Looks like a proper LCD connector. Proper nice. So I think we'll be able to just change that out. We could probably do it in a couple minutes, right? You think we can do it in a couple minutes? You want to time me? So the main issues we have are the mounting points on the edge here. I'm not concerned with those. I don't really care. You can hook them up or not. Sometimes I'll put a little solder mask on it. Sometimes I won't. If you're somebody who doesn't frivolously just pull the motherboard out, then you have no need for that. These pins will actually hold the connector on just fine, and so you just be careful. You know, just be careful. It's an easy pizza, Dragon says. Yes, easy pizza. All right, let's just pull this off. But let's make sure we don't have anything else missing. Let's do a quick look around the board, because my normal process of fixing a board is to make sure the board works. So like if it's not even powering on or not posting, then why are we even doing the LCD connector yet, you know? So maybe we can try powering it on first and make sure we are getting power pulled. Here's our power button. And so if we connect a DC jack to it, I just want to see if it pulls some current or what, right? Acronis is trash. We stopped using Acronis as our main cloning device years ago because we kept having issues with it. So we use CloneZilla for everything. So CloneZilla is our go-to. And then Acronis will clone if we want to do some resizing of drives and things like that while on the fly. But CloneZilla will clone Linux partitions, and it will also clone BitLocker partitions. So, did somebody donate? Just subscribe. Color, thanks for the Prime Twitch sub. I think I might have missed someone earlier too. I need to get some more streamer bot stuff set up so I can actually see those things here. All right, so I'm going to plug in a test GC jack. I just want to see what current we have going into the board, make sure the board actually turns on before we start going through and changing out things like that. All right. Okay, so let's look at the power meter. We're going to plug in the power, see if we get smoke. 0.01. Okay, it didn't go very high, but let's see if we can turn the guy on. And it went back down to 0. That's kind of weird. Let's turn it on. It's going to be these two pins right here. So let's see if it turns on right here. 3, 2, 1. And it is powering on. And we do have fan spin. Let's see. I got this fan spinning and that fan spinning. Okay, so I'm going to call that good. And it does have RAM in it. So, I mean, we can watch it go around. It's flatlining right now, but maybe it's going to a 2.7 error because the screen's not attached, for all I know. It did drop back down a little bit. We're just going to watch it for a second, see what it does. Fans are spinning up a little faster. I'm going to say it's good. What do you think? It doesn't sound alive now. No, it's blowing. It's getting hot. Is it? No, it's not even getting hot. Weird. Maybe a little warm. He fixed it. I fixed another eBay laptop. The fans are just cranking. So I think that it's probably good. Let's replace the LCD connector, and then we'll see if we can get the screen going. Now, the odds are the screen's cracked or some other issues going on. I mean, you know how it is. eBay. It's the eBay love. All right, so how are we going to replace this LCD connector? How are we going to do it? We are going to start by lots of heat and just pull the thing off of there. We're going to raw dog it right off the board. So I'm going to do 450, 60% air. And just kind of preheat the board a little bit. I'll add a little bit of flux. What we do not want is to rip a pad. HDMI output is not always reliable, especially on laptops that have GPUs and integrated graphics, because it doesn't always output to an HDMI port at the Windows, or without being in Windows. Okay, so you have to have it like on hybrid graphics off in order for it to output through the HDMI port, because a lot of times that's tied directly to the GPU, and so you can't use it as a definitive check. So I don't rely on that. Ooh, look how gross that's getting. It's gross. It's gross, I tell you. So make sure it gets hot enough. And that stuff should start falling off. Good. Nice. Like what you've done there. It's looking very nice. Proper nice. Proper nice. Go. Gross. Get off my tweezers. Okay. So that looks pretty good. Pretty good. Alright, so we'll clean all that off. Tazzy coming in with some gifted subs, and it didn't make any noise, from what I can tell. Is it making noise for you? I can't hear it, but I appreciate that, Tazzy. So it looks like we got Man and Spec and Nick and the Atomic and Elf all got some gifted subs. Thank you there, Tazzy. You are le man. So I don't know if my alerts are working properly. I'm gonna have to play around with that. There we go. I hear the Dream Harp sequence is coming in. Okay, so maybe it's working now. I don't know. Okay, so let's clean off all this flux here, or not flux, all this solder. We're gonna put fresh leaded solder on there. We need to clean the pads all the way down to have nothing on it, and then we'll put the new connector on there. I don't install a new connector with solder still on here. I don't know how you do it, but how I do it, I don't do that. Okay? That's how I do it. You can do it your way. I'm gonna do it my way. Actually, I'm not really sure how you would do it with it solder on there, because you need the connector to lay flat, and so I guess you would have to heat the board enough in order to just have it like sit down in there. So you'd have to have it on a preheater probably. That's probably how you'd have to do it. What temperature? 240 degrees C? What are we talking about? So I always use, on my solder tip, I use the on-off switch because I have no temperature gauge on mine because I have a Metcal. So maybe, I don't even know what temperature this tip is here. And then the hot air I was using was 450, but because I just wanted to melt it on there. But I'm not going to use a hot air station to install it. We're going to use a soldering iron because I'm crazy. Crazy Nate. All right, so we got that nice and clean, proper nice and clean. So nice and so clean, clean. Yeah, both types, plastic and metal. Let's see, so let me find a new latch. Uh-oh. I'm running low. I'm running low on LCD connectors. Okay, this bag's empty. I did just order some from Mouser yesterday, I believe, so hopefully they're coming in soon. I think I have some more. I hope I have some more. What are these? 40 pin. I think, are these the right ones? Those look like the right ones. It's a different part number, but we will see. What's going on? I'm a little late. Well, we're replacing an LCD connector on an eBay find. So a laptop that was bought on eBay is supposed to be as is, I guess. But then it was missing a bunch of stuff. And oh, shoot. These connectors are falling out of the thing. Is this the right one? Hey, that looks like the right one. Okay. So that's perfect. Oh, I'm spilling all the connectors everywhere. So these I purchased on Mouser, so you can go buy these all day long. I think they're $1.60 a piece, so they're not like super expensive. It's not like you have to go buy them on AliExpress or something. They're not hard to get, but I keep seeing people buying them on eBay for like 20 bucks each. So don't do that. Okay, this is a 40-pin EDP connector, or LVDS is sometimes what they call it on Mouser. Here's the gist of it. We're going to line up this line here, and we're going to line up the pins on the connector there. And that's it. And we're done. So I'm going to zoom in so you can kind of see. But our goal is to get those pins lined up perfect. Right here. And that line lined up. So if I have that in the center and that in the center, now I'm just going to add solder to that pad there. And then that pad there at the end. And then we're just going to go through and solder each one individually. Now I'm going to use a little hot air with it just to make sure the board gets warm enough while we're using the soldering iron, because my tip doesn't get the hottest because of it goes to a point, so it's not super hot at the end. So we will use lower temperature within the 200s. I'm going to use a lower airspeed too. So we'll do like a 30% air. We'll go like 250 on the temperature, something like that. And actually I need to get some solder on the tip. Solder on my tip. Good job with the chipset on the latest video. Well, thank you very much. It was not fun. I don't wish it on my enemy. So I'm going to put a little bit of solder on my tip so I have it there already ready to go. Let me turn on my air. My goal is to actually solder this one little mounting bracket on the back here first, just to get that in place. And then we're going to do the other side. And I can see there's like a pin there I need to clear out, but so we're going to heat that up, see if I can get the solder to suck off of my soldering iron onto the pad. So I'm going to press down, see how it's kind of starting to suck off of there? Oop, and it moved. So let's see if I can get this adjusted. Using the tweezers with my left hand is not the best. There we go. So move it over a little bit more, and I'm going to hold down on this. Okay, so that one's done. So that end part is done. So now I can just come over here and do this one. Now again, if you're trying to solder this and it doesn't suck onto the pad, you see how it doesn't want to go on there? I'm pressing down, nothing's happening. Just a little bit of solder's going on there. Now I'm going to introduce that hot air, 250 degrees. Nothing super hot, but while I'm pressing down on here, and you'll see it start sucking right off of my soldering iron onto the pad. And I'm not going to melt the connector at this temperature, so I'm not worried about it. And so now that I have it on there, I can press it down and make sure it gets onto the pin itself. There we go. So that side's done. Okay, so now all I have to do is just solder every pin, and then it's working. It's done. It was that easy. Does that seem too easy almost? I could see, okay, so well, moderator let Nate know that Doc can move his leg. So Doc White is moving his legs again. That is great news. So our longtime viewer has been in surgery and had back surgery and had a possibility of being paralyzed and is able to move his legs again. I am so glad to hear that. Thank you for that update. All right, so now I'm going to add some flux across here and redo this like that. So I have solder on my tip. I'm going to use a little bit of air, and then we're just going to hit each one of these pins. Maybe I'll zoom in so you can see better. Something like that. So I'm just going to kind of apply pressure down, and it usually sucks right off of the tip. If it doesn't, then you kind of have to move around a little bit just to get it. And see how the solder kind of went to the back of my... I don't necessarily like to flood it like this on these because it will suck up into the connector itself. So we have to be very careful with how we move our solder around here. See that big blob that just went on there? That's exactly what I don't want to do. So I'm going to have to come back and steal from that in a second. I'm going to use that as kind of a pallet to refill my tip. So I'll come over here and steal some of that. Come back to this. Steal some again. So think about it as kind of like a paint palette. Ah, see another big blob went on there. Don't want that. It's because I'm kind of using the side of the tip instead of the absolute end of it, because the absolute end doesn't get as hot, and so I'm having a hard time getting it to transfer. Okay, let's see if we can get this pulled off of here. So I'm just kind of working my way. I'm not necessarily going to use any solder wick yet to pull the extra off. And I have my hot air blowing on this, but I'm really far up. So I'm not trying to actually use the hot air to melt anything. I'm using it to actually just to add heat to the board. Come on, why doesn't this one get off of here? See if I can grab it that way. I'm usually able to pull that off of there better. Might need to clean my tip. Might be time to clean. Do fresh solder. There we go. See how it's like now I'm able to go back there and steal this stuff off of here? And I just go up there and move up a little bit more. So I haven't actually added any fresh solder to my tip at any point now. I'm just going and stealing what I already had on there. Does that make sense? Because you already have a bunch there. So those are all good now. So now we can move all the way down. So now I may need to add a little bit of solder to my tip because I don't think I have enough anymore, but we'll see. Stuff just kind of keeps sucking off of it. Yeah, I think I'm running low. So let me clean my tip off. We're going to add a little bit more. Not much. We don't want too much. And I'm going to try to just hit the tip here. I only want it sucking off of it. It's kind of like, just don't rush it, you know? So again, I'm having that issue where it's like, it's bunching up further back on the tip itself. It's not, I'm not able to get it to the actual end here. Here, I'm gonna hate this, but sometimes I have a hard time getting my tip to accept solder, so I have one of these guys. This will clean the end, so allow the solder to sit all the way at the end. Remember to protect your tip. That's it's either a true statement or a false statement. So I'm going to use this stuff, this chemical, to clean the end off, and this will allow the solder to actually stick at the end very easily. I'm trying to scratch it a little bit. Okay, see if that works. A wet sponge and a tin. Well, I use this stuff every time I'm cleaning in between, so I just dab it off, scratch it with this stuff, the brass. But the wet sponge, I have one here, but it never can get it to get the end. But see how now it looks much better? So hopefully I can get solder right on the tip, but it's not always the case. So we'll see. We'll try it again. Just the tip. All right, so let's see if it sticks at the end now. Look at that, right at the end. That's what we wanted. All right, so now, hopefully I can get it to suck off of there. Of course, it's on top instead of the bottom. I might need to flip it over. All right, almost done. I need to fix my chat. I cannot, it's hard for me to see what's going on because there's so much stuff. It's all congested together is what I'm really saying when there's so many words, because it's like, it's almost like all your chats are one sentence or one paragraph instead of it being really separated. So it's really bothering me. I don't know why I'm not being able to pull the rest of this stuff off of here. I almost got it. Sometimes it's like this. It's a little finicky trying to get enough on there, but if you are just a little too excited, you'll end up putting too much. That's why I try not to go too much here. Copper Brillo? Oh, I thought you want brass, not copper. See how it doesn't want to do that? That end right there, gosh. These last couple pins. Come on, if I can just get the solder on there, then we're good to go. I think it's a tip issue. I probably need to replace this tip. You know what I mean? See, it doesn't want to, I can't get it on there. I don't want to set it across here too much. because I don't have too much on there that actually works out. All right, I think we're good. We're gonna go through and double check, make sure we have all of these good. All right, oh, this looks good actually. Let me clean it off and then we'll test all the pins. Oh my gosh. I don't know how many minutes that was. Probably more than a couple minutes. I think the plan was going to do that in like 3 or 4 minutes, but I think it took us 10 minutes or so. 15 minutes. Use a fountain pen, that would be nice. I'm going to have to stop and fix this chat, man. I can't handle it. Wish I had my CSS that I'd written somewhere. Looks pretty awesome. Pretty good, Jim. Pretty good. All right, so the ends, you know, we can put some solder mask on there that can help hold it. I mean, it's not really structural that well, but it's something better than nothing. And I'm just going to double check each pin is soldered correctly, just to be safe. Just tap on each one, these 40 pins. Still a little flux in there I can see. So I've probably replaced on this model of laptop 50 of these. Does that sound like enough? Does that sound like enough, people? 50. So that's how often this thing breaks, because people rip it off. This is just a can of air. I'm just kind of spraying in it. Have you checked the tip temp? No, I haven't. I guess I could. I mean, my machine's so old that I'm sure that there's issues with it, but I know that all the heating's done in the tip, so replacing the tip, it seems like it would fix it, but I have a stack of tips, and so each one kind of does the same thing. Okay, let's just put some solder mask on the edges just to make it a little bit better. I have some clear resin we could do instead of the solder mask, but it doesn't seem to be any stronger, so I just don't tend to do that. And blue, it's the blue board. I got blue solder mask. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Okay. What is your oldest tip? Wow, I don't know how old they are. I've bought, might be a year old, 2 years old maybe for the oldest tip. All right, so this is solder mask. I'm just going to kind of put it over that edge there, and then I'm going to put a big blob there. So there's still, that should be good. I think I cleaned it all off good enough. All right, and then I'm going to hold the connector down while I cure it. So let me see what I can do here to do that. So I think I'll press down, let's see. Maybe I'll cure one side at a time. So I'm going to press down on here while I turn on my curing light. Shelter your eyes. You know you cannot hurt your eyes through your TV looking at this UV light. Now I can look at it and it hurts me, but you cannot. Hold it down while cursing. All right, so an alien blood test. Alien blood is the best. That's funny. How many years of hot stations if you've repaired 20 years? So the hot air station, the rework station or the hot air station, I've only had for maybe 3 years, maybe 4 years. And before that, I had this other really crappy one, which is at my house that doesn't really heat that well anymore. It doesn't blow as well. But the solder station I bought, I bought it from a company that was going out of business or like filed for bankruptcy, and I bought out all their solder equipment, all their work desks and all that stuff, and that was like in 2008 or something. And then they had it for who knows how long. So I don't know how old it is, but I'm gonna do this side now. But it's a MX500, Metcal MX500, I believe is the number on it, is my solder station. And then I buy the tips, you know, fairly recently. I have like a whole bunch of more of them, but I can never find the ones I really like. So monitors don't pass UV. That's true. There was someone who was like freaking out, like, you're blinding me with the UV. And I was like, okay, guy. Okay, guy. Oh, my eyes. Oh, my eyes. So this UV, the curing light is just going to cure the resin, and that will help hold those edges down. I'm just going to hold it in place while it's doing it. And then this should be good. Now, whether it's the only issue, I don't know. Who knows? But that would actually be kind of nice if this is the only thing wrong with it. We'll have to stick some RAM in there. Well, did he already put, there's already a stick of RAM in there. I wonder if that's theirs or not. I think that he said that maybe he included that. So safety first. You're blinding me with science. You're blinding me with science. Okay, so that's hard now, and that's hard. And still, there's still something going on under there. I'm going to dry it off. Yeah, I can see there's like a little bit of resin or flux under there still. Let's see if I can heat this back up and clean it again. One last clean for the road. Bill. Nye the science guy. You're right, there was a stick of RAM in it. So I don't know if this was one of our test sticks of RAM whenever my tech was testing it, or if it's his stick of RAM. So we'll figure that out later, I guess. It's not the end of the world if we are giving it to him or whatever, but okay. Let's see what we got. Y'all ready? Do you think it's gonna work? There must be something else wrong with this. But it could work. Who knows? All right, so replace the LCD connector. Now I'm going to reassemble the test. Now we did see it turn on or power on whenever we plugged the DC jack into it, so we're hoping that it was flatlining into a LCD error, like a 2.7 error. So if we can get this attached and get an Alienware screen, then we're off to the races. What's going on here? Okay, this is not correct. This goes this way. I don't know if that cable's routed correctly, but it's good for right now. Okay, and then I'm going to actually put a couple screws in it because it didn't come with any screws, and it'd be a lot easier to work on it if I have screws, so I will go into my screw bin here. And so for every computer I open up, I take one of the screws out and put it in this bin so I have the screws for later. Just kidding. Cheers. Cheers for working. AJ, thank you. I'm just kidding. I did not steal all these screws, but they did show up. I don't know where they came from, but we have tubs and tubs of screws. I can tell you, tubs of them. We have them all over the place. I had a Gaylord one time that had so many screws in the bottom of the Gaylord, I was picking them up, and we were making bags of screws because somebody had parted out a bunch of system. It was at Dell, and then sent us the machine in. I mean, the extra parts and the screws that they took out of it. So, okay, so we got that. Let's hook up the keyboard and touchpad. Fokker? Oh, dead solder donations. You still have a Hakko 960 for over 40 years. And I have a Hakko at home. I'm not in love with the Hakko that I have, but it was a cheaper one. I don't like the tips options, the tips that it has. And I don't like that it doesn't turn off automatically. That's the other thing. Like this station, I just turn it on, and if I forget about it, it turns off on its own. The one at home actually has an actual switch on it, which drives me crazy. So I'm always forgetting to turn it off, which is not good. Will it turn on? The short is gone. Will it turn on? Well, there was no short. All right, let's see if we can get this LCD connector connected. And our beautiful, beautiful, proper, nice LCD connector. So make sure his connector's not too bad. Oops, looks okay. Nope, sorry. Proper, nice. Of course, this cable, I think this cable's not routed properly. It's like fighting with me. Okay, let me turn this. Let's do it this way. Yeah, it does not want to go in here. It's like fighting with the direction it wants to go. Okay, got it lined up. Slide it in. Can't see because this stuff's in my way. Get out of my way. This tape. Okay. Get in your home. Get in your home. Okay, all the way in. It has been sent home. Locked in. I think it's locked in. Yep, locked in. Okay, so that's good. We were successful on that. So now the last thing that we need to hook up is going to be this power button. And I can tell you right now, this power button is a pain to deal with. Oh no. Did I just pinch it in here? Dadgummit. Okay, hold on. Leftover parts mean you have better than design. That's what it is. It's better than factory. It's the Soren way, right? Less is more. Okay, so I have to unscrew the screw so I can get this ribbon cable back out of here. Yeah, so less is more when it comes to engineering, from what I've heard. More better. All right, let's try this again. So the reason why I'm kind of worried about it, this cable right here breaks so often, and I have a hard time getting them. And so this cable right here, it frays. It actually looks okay, and so we have to be very careful. So I'm going to lift this up with both sides, and I'm going to set it in there very gently. Oh, you're freaking kidding me. This side's not even attached. I am not happy with that because I have to pull the board back out. All right. All right, bear with me. We have to pull the board back out because we have to connect the connector there. Or we'll just jump it with my tweezers. Yes, I like that better. We can connect that button we'll connect that button in another video. We will just jump it with my tweezers because I don't have the patience to pull the motherboard back out for that right this second. All right, so we're going to plug in the power. Keep an eye on the power meter. 0.01, nice. Okay, so now to jump it, we're going to have to connect these two pins together. So this one's ground, that one's 3 volts. Oh my God, I keep doing that. Sorry. This one's ground, this one's 3 volts, and so all we do is just touch those together. It should be powering on. Let's do that again. Redo? No. Why is it not coming on? We just had it coming on, didn't we? What did I do wrong? One more time. What did I do different, people? Why is it not coming on? Okay, I'm going to unplug the LCD screen because maybe they have some sort of LCD issue. Okay, now we'll go back to trying to turn it on. We didn't change anything. We didn't do anything but solder a connector on. You bought an LED TV years ago. It started to fall apart when hung it on the wall. Found out there was a missing screws. What? When it was repaired? Yeah. Yep. Okay, so now we'll see if we can power it on with the LCD unplugged. What am I missing here? Okay. No, sir, do not like it at all. What are we missing? We turned this thing on a second ago, right? We did, but we didn't have all this other stuff installed. So let me unhook all this. I guess I'll pull the motherboard out because maybe we should hook a different DC jack. No, because the DC jack is getting power. It's doing that. What is going on? What are you guys saying? You got to plug in Spike. That's what the problem is. No, it's not Spike, is it really? The chassis is shorting to the board. That could be it, actually. So let me double check. Okay, is our LCD unplugged? Yes. I did plug in this daughter board too. So this daughter board's plugged in, the keyboard and touchpad was plugged in. and then their DC jack was plugged in. Let me unplug all that stuff. We're going to go back to the drawing board, back to the state that we were in that worked. Okay. So let me plug my DC jack back in. We know it worked, guys. I haven't changed anything. All we did is put a beautiful LCD connector on it. It's beautiful. Okay. Okay, 0.01, I'm going to reset spike. So power meter's reset. We're going to short these out. And it's turning on. And it scared me for a second because the fan kind of shorted or did something. Okay. All right, so we're getting somewhere. So now what? Let me hook this ribbon cable back up. You see how this works? You go forward, and then you get an issue, then go back to where you started. Some people would start kind of spinning the wheels in the same spot for a long time, but I'm not going to do that. That ain't me. So now we got to go one by one. What part did we add in here that's causing it not to turn on anymore? And all these cables are not routed properly. I think this goes underneath this DC jack, so I'm going to reroute this properly. The power button cable was not needed because I didn't have it in there, but we were trying to do it without the power button. That's how I just turned it on. So now I put the power button ribbon cable back in here so we can hook it up properly, nice, like. Oh man, I hate these. It's routing. Okay, that's good. The Dell shuffle. Do the shuffle. And this is just a regular shuffle when it comes to assembling something. Okay, that's that. All right, so this time I'm not going to plug in the daughter board, and I'm not going to plug in the keyboard and touchpad. And I just want to see if we get the same thing. And then we'll start adding things in. We'll figure out if it is shorting on the chassis, but I didn't see anything that would make it short on the chassis. Okay, so that's in its place. Probably the flux capacitor. Could be the flux capacitor. The CMOS battery is installed. It was installed both times, or still, so I haven't changed the state of that. But I want to see if it is shorting on the chassis. So we have those 3 screws in, okay? They're DC jack, so that's all we're doing now. So all we did is just did that one more step. If it's screwed in, now we're plugging this in, and then we're going to try to power it on. It should still power on because this is still like it's on the bench. I just have it where it's screwed in now. And now it's powering on. Okay, so we got that step done. So now let's plug in the power button and see if it works with this power button plugged in. Because they could have a bad daughter board, they could have a bad keyboard, touchpad, things like that. All right. Okay, slide this in. So the biggest trick with not fraying this is to make sure this stays lifted when you slide it in. So we're going to kind of lift this up while we're sliding that in. I don't want to damage this connector. I probably have one somewhere, but I always have to dig around for a while to find one of these cables, and I don't want to have to deal with that right now. Okay, I got it down in there, and now I'm just going to push this down. Oops. Slide down. Okay, so that's plugged in. Now, let's see if it turns on with the power button. The switch lid, I don't know about that. Still don't have an LCD connector plugged in. So let's see if the power button works. Okay, power button's working. Now let's plug in the LCD screen. We're going one by one. I mean, we could go all the way again, and then we would have to go backwards. So I don't want it to go backwards. I want to go one by one. And I can tell that this side's not holding very well. Look at that. You see how it's coming off already? So we're going to treat this as if it's not really attached here, and we need to be very careful when we're cramming this in here, or we're going to end up ripping it off. But as long as we're careful when we plug it in and don't just like manhandle it, it will be okay. So I'm just going to slide it in flat and pay attention that we're sliding it in flat. There we go. Make sure it's snapped down. Okay. Okay, let's plug it back in. Moment of truth, will it work? I don't have the keyboard and touchpad plugged in. It is powering on with the power button again. I do see the infrared light is on, which is not good in general. Like it's almost shorting out on there. Is that light on? That means there's probably a short in the infrared. I might need to put a test screen on this. Okay. Let me plug a keyboard in. Maybe the latch bar and the LCD on one of the pins. I don't think so. I've seen this before where like if someone's messed with the LCD a lot, then it ends up messing with the infrared LEDs. Okay, it is still powering on with the keyboard and touchpad installed. We have a power button. So I'm going to see if we wait for an error here. Solid red. We need to get a blink code though. Do I need a drink of liquid? Probably. How long has it been? An hour and 10 minutes? I can feel it. I can hear this fan starting to spin up. Yeah, Windows is not going to be running at this point. We should get an Alienware screen. We're just getting a flat line. All right, so we're going to go RAM now. Make sure that it's, I mean, it's not giving us an error, but I'm going to take the RAM out. Because this is a 16 gig 32 megahertz or PC4 3200, which this thing I think it likes 2400, not 3200. But I'm going to take the RAM out. And why am I doing that? Why would I take the RAM out, guys? We're still in diagnostic phase, right? Machine's not posting, we're not getting a picture, we're not getting an error code. I take the RAM out, what am I doing? I'm trying to get a RAM error code. Right, so I'm trying to figure out, is it going to give me a RAM error code? Does it even know what RAM is? If it doesn't give me a RAM error code, then we're going to have some other issue like a BIOS or something like that even. So there we go. So we do have a blink code. Can you guys see it? I can't see it. I can't even see it. Reflections. All right, so 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. That's what it should be. Okay, so that's correct. So it knows that RAM exists and it knows that it's missing. All right. So now instead of putting 3200s in there, I'm going to put a 2400 in there. And so here's a nice, beautiful stick of 4 gig PC4 2400. Booyah. And I'm going to put it in the other slot, actually, because they were using this slot. I'm going to put it in this slot. Okay. It's all about diagnosing, right? So we're trying to go through step by step and figure out stuff. You can't go all the way to right off the bat. All right, so we're going to power it back on. See if the current goes a little bit different. And we got picture. I can't believe we got picture. Hallelujah. All right, so I saved another laptop, and it was multiple things, but it's not the issue that you think it would be. But the LCD is now working. We still have that infrared light or infrared LED that's on right here, so maybe it may or may not be correct. I don't feel it getting hot up. Oh, I do. It's burning hot up here. So this board's probably bad. I've seen this happen. So whenever an LCD connector gets damaged, and it ends up burning out the actual infrared LED camera up here. So this is burning hot up here. So this will need to be replaced if you want to use that. It's fine if you don't care about your infrared or your face tracking and all that stuff. But this is working now. Let's go into the BIOS. I just want to see if all that's working. Now, this customer got this for $100 on eBay, had multiple issues. It looks like the keyboard, well, there's a key that's ripped off. I don't know if we're going to be able to get that back on. It is missing another key here. And it's hard to salvage keys off of other keyboards because the mechanisms are always different, even between different ones. So this is an i7-6700HQ. I just put that 4 gig module in there. They didn't have any modules. Now, I'm interested. Now that we know the machine's working, why was it not working a second ago whenever we tried to turn it on? I want to plug this daughter board back in, if you don't mind, right? So for science, I want to figure out, do we have a bad daughter board here? Because I'm trying to, there's only a certain amount of things that we had plugged in last time that we don't this time, and this is the last thing. So if we plug this in, will it not turn on? Who knows, right? And I don't even have the battery plugged in. So we can test that in a second too. But let's figure out. And we have the keyboard plugged in. These are all keyboard backlight stuff. I mean, we can plug the keyboard backlight in, but we're only going to do one change at a time. If you're diagnosing things, one change at a time is what you need in order to kind of figure stuff out. So let's see if the thing powers on now. And it's still powering on. So why was it not powering on a second ago? I have no idea. I don't know. So daughter board is working, still booting up here. All right, now I want to go back to the last thing I want to go back to is the RAM. So let's go back, and now that we use this slot, we know this slot's working. Let's go back and put this 3200 in this slot and see if it works with 3200, but in that slot, because we could have a bad slot, for all I know. So here's 3200 in that other slot, and it doesn't like it. So this thing posts really fast. We did not get the picture here. It is just hanging. So 3200, either that sticks bad or it just doesn't like the 3200. So that's generally how that works. Is the CMOS battery unplugged? It's still plugged in. It's right here. It's probably dead for all I know, but it doesn't seem to be the issue. And I'm going to go back. I don't know. I'll put this over here. I'm going to put this stick. This is my stick, and I'll put it inside the other slot. Make sure the other slot's working. I think it's just this machine didn't exist. It didn't have an existence when 3200 came out, I believe. 2016. I don't know. I guess you can check that. And we got a picture with it in the other slot. So yeah, figure out when 3200 came out, or the timings. Maybe it's not even just the 3200. Maybe it's the whole timing thing. But so this one right here, I don't know. Maybe take a picture of that, or screenshot, and then put that into an AI agent and ask them if it will work properly in a Alienware 17R4. Because it's not working. But actually, I can just grab another one. I can do more stuff. Okay, 3200 was released in 2014. Okay, so 2014 should be doable. So let's dig through my drawer of memory, and we'll see if we can find a 3200. All right, here's an 8 gig 3200. Maybe it's a 16. No, it should be able to take a 16, I believe. All right, here's a 32, or an 8 gig that's 3200. Theirs was a 16 that's 3200. Maybe that works. 2600, I think we can do that for sure. Or even 2933. It could be fake. Fake, 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 fake. All right, still doesn't like this 3200. Okay, no 3200 for you. Okay, nice RAM, probably dead. No, doesn't work with this RAM either. So it's 3200 or bust. So here's a 2133. We don't want to go down in speed. 2666. We're going to go up to 2666. This is all science at this point, right? So we got the thing working. The CPU does not like 3200. Okay, that's what we're thinking. BIOS update. Yeah, we can do a BIOS update. I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that. We can look at what BIOS version it is. It may already be at the most recent anyway. This is an Intel i7-6700HQ. So BIOS version is 10, 1.10, which seems kind of old to me. So we can look at BIOS versions. Yeah, so that's the CPU. So this is a 2666 CPU, chip I put in here. I don't want to mix their chip up. I'm going to move it over here. So let's flash the BIOS. What's the most recent BIOS? Did you guys figure it out? 10? Is 10 the most recent? Well, that'd be crazy. That'd be too crazy, man. Too crazy. 17R4. 17R4 version 18. Nice. Okay, so I'm going to download. I don't know. Does my screen share properly? Nope. Okay, hold on. Let me fix that. Fix my screen share. Screen, display, primary monitor. There we go. Okay. All right, so here's the BIOS right here, and it's actually version 18. So I'm going to download that, and we'll put this on here and see. This is good science stuff we're doing, actually. You know, it's kind of entertaining because we can kind of figure out if we have a issue with compatibility. You know what I mean? So I'm going to load this onto my stick, my shtick. All right, so it says officially 6th generation Intel Skylake 6700 supports 2133, but I'm using 2400 and 2666, so done now. All right, so let's boot to flash the BIOS here. We have the daughter board hooked up, so this should work. So we can actually just use the F12 menu. What else you got? 50 is using 2400. 6th and 7th gen can use 2666. Okay. So, and I have 2666 in here running. I want to see if I can find some 2933s. That'd be kind of fun. So we're going to do a BIOS flash. And it's not recognized, so it doesn't like that port. Let me try a different port back here. Oh gosh, this thing is a massive machine, man. I need a USB-C adapter. What's this? Is that going to work? No. USB-C adapter, give it to me. They don't have a USB-A back here. It's weird. Only a C. I don't feel like that was a thing back then. Okay, let's try this again. Google says top speed 2666. All right, so we're going to see how fast the top can go. How fast can we make this? New Sunday, new live stream to watch. That's right, Jacob. And don't miss a minute of it. All right, F12 menu, go. BIOS flash, not recognized. What are you talking about, bro? Okay, maybe it's because I have this as NTFS. I need to change this to FAT32, I think. What do you think? I don't think it works in NTFS. Okay, right? Is that what I have it as? NTFS. Okay, so I got to format my drive. I was messing around with that yellow key thing on this key, and it probably has wacky stuff going on here. So we're going to change this to FAT32 tools. Okay. Yeah, USB FAT32. It makes more sense. I mean, a lot of this stuff is very rudimentary. It's not a Windows-based thing. It needs to just be a simple reading. So I guess I can probably use a side slot again. Okay, let's see if that works. What are you using for a bootloader? So on Windows machines, F12 menu has its own little bootloader in there that you can choose to flash a BIOS, which is nice. So right here is F12 menu, and so you can do boot to USB storage, which that's not what we're doing. We're actually going to come down to flash BIOS, and then that has its own little menu, and then you're able to read the drive, and there it is. There's my file. So there's no mouse on here, so we just got to tab through it. Unknown command. What did I do wrong? It's probably because it has a freaking number bracket in it. Fucko. Okay, let me get rid of these brackets on here. It's just because it renamed it because I guess I already had it in my downloads folder. All right. You're killing me, Smalls. So much work just to flash a BIOS. All let's try it again. And I'm like hitting the fans. Okay, get out of my way. All right, see if this works better. Restart. Okay, that's the yellow key you infected USB. No, it was one that I was messing up earlier. I have a totally different one that I have labeled with yellow key on it now. So, and this one isn't necessarily the infected version of it. This is a different one. The infected one was actually on my computer, and it was like a setup utility to set up your yellow key, which you don't need that for yellow key. You actually just copy it onto a directory. So it was a fake. Okay, AC adapter battery must be plugged in. Okay, so let's do that. I need to plug in the battery. It was an EXE, yes, it was. It was pretty funny. I was like, what? Okay, there's a setup utility for this yellow key? That sounds fancy. And then it asked for admin rights, and I said, no. I said, no admin rights for you. And then it was, went to town. Okay, 10% charge, it needs 10% charge. So what do we do? Can you use an EXE in the BIOS? Yes, so these can run in the BIOS just fine. Now this won't run because it's the battery says it's power failure. And so we're gonna need to use the force command, which, do I have a spot for that in here? Can I type here? Let me check the charge value here of this battery. We might need to charge it up for a little bit. Or get a new one. Get a proper brand new battery already charged up. Go into diagnostics. It's 80 degrees there already. Oh, it gets hot here, man. It's so hot. Okay, battery's at 0% charge, but we do have charge going into the battery. Let me just grab a charged battery. That'll be easier for me. CMOS battery is plugged in. It's probably dead though. I mean, knowing that battery. Right, so I need the, what is it, 1703R4. So I have a battery right here for this machine. Let's see if I can kind of plug it in. Plug it in, plug it in. I'm gonna hot swap this. Don't do this at home, children. Thing is still on, but Crazy Nate's on the case. Okay. Crazy Nate's on the case. Okay. All right. How charged are we now? Not any, that's what it says. Okay. No bueno. Let's restart, I guess. That's what you call raw dogging. Raw dog repairs. Is this battery not charged up either? That would be annoying. Okay, this battery's worse. It's even worse than the other one. All right, so here's what we need to do. I have to set the volume to 40% more than normal. So does it mean it's too loud or too quiet? Do I need to turn up my volume? Oh, look, the battery came unplugged when I flipped it over. That's no good. Magic mic. I put the magic smoke back in it and let it run again. Gotta add smoke to it, man. Twitch is good. Yes, I need to turn it up. So I may have it quieter than normal. I don't see it really maxing out as much. I can turn up my main master volume on the computer itself, if that helps people. Let's just see, because I think I normally have it louder. Yeah, it's at 51, so I think I normally have it somewhere around here. Does that sound better? Hello, hello. Does that sound much better for you? Or was it this one, actually? Does this one sound better for you? How is that? Does that one sound muy bettero? It helped. It helped. Or I have to enunciate and project. One of the two. One of the three. So I just bent over this connector when I was raw dogging. So I told you not to raw dog at home, and I meant it. All right, so do as I say, not as I do. because when I plugged in that battery, I flipped it over, and then this cable came unplugged and kind of bent over that. Okay, so now we're good. Let's just see if this starts charging when I plug it in. So my battery's plugged in. I just want to see if it starts charging. Come on. Oh, come on. This battery's lazy. All right, we're going to have to let this battery charge up a little bit, or we can boot into its test OS and force it. I don't know if we can do enough. This battery just doesn't seem like it has what it takes. We need to hot glue it. That's what we need. I see no charge. So I plugged their battery back in. It should be charging right about now. When are you going to start charging, battery? So we're looking at, it says 0.16. That's a pre-charge current. Well, 0.23 is usually a pre-charge current. So I don't know, 0.16 does not seem like enough. Make it enough. And all I'm trying to do is get enough charged battery in order to force the BIOS flash so then we can see if the RAM works. So we're kind of going in this whole thing. Now this machine's working now, right? So we don't even need to do what we're doing, but they included a 32 megahertz stick of RAM in the machine that doesn't work in the machine. So it's I have to use one of my sticks, and so I'd like to be able to get their stick of RAM working. So the battery's still at, oh, it's really low voltage. That's why it's taken a long time to start triggering. So it's only charging really low and slow. So it's not even at 1%. Glue an Apple to it. XMP enabled. Does this thing even have XMP? I'd be surprised if it has XMP. I'm going to see if I have another battery over here, though. XMP would be crazy on this old machine. Ah, here we go. This is the proper nice battery. This one feels like it has like some weight to it. This one feels strong like bull. Strong like bull. Okay. All right, don't do this again at home, kids. Plugging it in. No spark, please. Okay. Stay where you are. Do not move. No XMP on DDR4. Well, there you go. That solves that. And I guess I should have known the answer to that question. I don't use XMP ever, so not like that even helps. Oh, you're kidding me. This battery's even more dead. Why can't I find a battery that has some charge in it? Maybe it's because these machines are so old. Oh my gosh. This is crazy. All right, we're going to have to set this off to the side then and go to the next one while this is charging. Here's another battery. Why do I have so many of these batteries? That's the real question. What about this battery? Nope. All right. This one's strong like bull too. It's very heavy. Smell like bull. Strong like bull. One of these days I'm going to mess up something more by keep flipping this thing over and plugging it in with it on. All right, I'm going to unplug this. I concur. Move on while it charges. Yeah, I can just go set this on a bench over there. That's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to do. So I'm just going to plug it in over there and just let it charge, let it do its little thing, and then we'll come back to it in a little bit. I like that idea. Okay, so this is my stick of RAM. I'm going to take this one out, but I'm going to put back in the 2400 that has my logo on it, my PP on it, so I don't mix it up. There's a screw or two in here. I'm going to add one more screw so it doesn't flop around as much anymore. Okay, so that's good. Their memory stick's over here, so I didn't get them mixed up. Perfect. And we can move on to the next one. The next one is GPU related, is that right? The next laptop is a 9520 and the GPU is not detected. I believe that's the one. Now we can do other ones if that one doesn't sound that entertaining to you, because not that many people voted for that one either. So I got plenty. I got a bunch of USBs. Y'all want to mess with some USBs? I'll plug this in on this desk over here. All right, I'm just setting this up. Y'all won't be able to see this, but sorry, I'm trying to get to the diag menu here. If I have it on the diag menu, then I can look back over here and see if it's charged up or how charged up it is. Is it working? It is working. Okay. All right, 1% charged. So depending upon the BIOS version, it will either need to be 11% charged or 16% charged. That's very precise. All right, so the next one on the block is going to be a 9520, which is an XPS 15, circa 2022, I believe. They brought it in or sent it in for upgrades, basically, and then they were like, and if you could, get my GPU working. Now, I don't know if the GPU's completely disappeared or if it has an error or what's going on with it, because I haven't even looked at it, but wonder if the thermal paste on the CPU. We're going to deal with all on that other Alienware. We're going to do all that stuff at the end to figure out, like, do the works on it, basically. But all right, so let me pull up the note for you. Where does the force command go? So on that particular BIOS, it doesn't have a force command area. On an older BIOS, like if we ran this in DOS, you could get it to, you can actually just put a switch after it, and it's called force. You can say force it, and then force type if you're trying to force it on another one. Or you can be in Windows, and then it'll have like a gear icon, and there's other commands there. Or you can, there's going to be some command area that you can add these force its. So force it would just basically bypass the power restrictions. That's all it is. So. All right, so this one's a 9520, and here's their note. And this is going to be should support 2 NVMEs, clone the drive, the second drive. So they were doing some like cloning and stuff like that. So but the main thing, and they need to replace the palm rest and bottom stuff. But the main thing is curious if video works. It doesn't appear to be accessible. All right, so that's going to be our goal on this. We're going to ignore all the rest of these steps because that's what the other tech's working on. They just kind of put it over into my queue just to see if I can fix the graphics card. All right. So that's what we're going to do. So I'm just going to let the battery charge up over there, and then we don't need a force command. All right, so we got to hook up my USB power meter, my Franken meter, what did we call this again? This USB cord that I made that's all crazy. I don't remember. Franken power meter, Frankenstein something. Anyway, but that hooks into my power meter so I can look at USB-Cs. At the same time. Fix the 3050 for what? Well, 3050s, they have something. They have uses. 3050 is equivalent to what? Frankenspike. There it is. Frankenspike. So we have our USB Frankenspike. Franken cable. That works. Franken cable. All right. So there it is. Frankenspike, Semper. That's right. Okay, so we have that set up. And I'm going to reset all this stuff, and then we're going to do our intro too. I forgot to do that. So let me get that on here. All right, new day and another laptop that needs to be saved. And this time we have an XPS 9520. Now this is a laptop circa 2022, so it's the XPS 15 line. Now this one was sent in to do a bunch of upgrades, adding SSDs, cloning drives, upgrading or replacing the palm rest. But they were curious. Their 3050, their RTX 3050 is not showing up or not working properly, and they want to see if we can get it working. I haven't taken a look at this yet. Let's take a look together and see if we can get this figured out. A little stutter in there, but it's okay. It's okay. It happens. Okay, so let's figure this out. This machine should turn on and work. Let's just go ahead and just plug it in and see if we are getting any current pull. We are 0.07, 0.04. Is it going to power on its own? No. Okay, we're going to open the lid. It is powering on. We are getting a Dell screen. I'm going to go straight into the BIOS. We want to see if the card's actually detected. If it's detected, then it must like it has a different error. But if it's not detected at all, then we need to figure out why. So we do have a 3050 Ti. So it's not even just a flat 3050, it's a 3050 Ti. Much better, right? Does that make a difference for you? I know that somebody mentioned, why would you even fix the 3050? Well, because it's the 3050 Ti. That's why. Much better. So much faster. So I don't know what the error is or what they're having here. I'm going to boot into my test OS is what I would rather do than to use their OS, but let's see. Yeah, let me pop the bottom off. I'm going to put my own SSD in there, and then that way we can test with that. Let's see if the bottom's off. Love the intro. Yeah, I don't know. It wasn't that perfect, but. And the bottom is off. All right, we take a quick look around. Got the main battery. It is an OEM battery. The fans are pretty dirty. It's not the cleanest laptop I've ever seen. I can actually see a lot of gooch in here. If you like to collect gooch, if you're a gooch collector, we just take it out right here. We put it in a pile. I usually bag it up until I have a big wad like that, and I send it over to Salem Techsperts, the gooch collector over there, and then he adds it to his collection. But look, we've already pulled out a pretty good amount just by just picking in here without even opening it up. So yeah, it is definitely, ooh, gross. All right. So I wait until I have a big giant lint ball. I'm going to unplug the battery while we start working on it because that's the #1 rule. I'm going to pull out their SSD, set it off to the side. We'll install our own SSD so that way we have our own software and it makes it a lot easier to work with. And so I have preloaded SSDs. This is my Alienware install. There's Blanche, and my Mosbacher is the one that we use here for my XPSs. So XPS, this should have all the XPS drivers already ready to go. And so now we can actually operate properly, the proper way. Is this a new chat feed? The chat feed is not different. Like on the screen, I think the font looks different because whenever I had to reload my computer over the weekend, or yesterday I reloaded it, some of the stuff didn't transfer. So the font is not the font that I had set, but I think it's okay. It actually looks a little clearer, so I'm going to leave it. So the laptop is powering on. We're going to let it go through its CMOS reset, boot the Windows up, boot up to Windows, and then we can check to see if the SSD is just storing like a code 43, which means that it probably have a VRAM issue or a VRAM power supply or something like that. Andy, where are you at? I don't even know if he's in the gooch collecting business anymore. I haven't talked to him in a while. Last time I chatted with him, he's just like so busy with all his other stuff. So, and we're going to try to do some more collabs, but it never worked out. Mine has a lot of dust bunnies too. If you just blow out your machine multiple times, you know, a year, then you'll be okay. An XPS 15 from around 2015 to 2018, brand new, moving the screen. Brightness made a system a bit laggy and broke the sound up. Huh, replacement free upgrade. That's interesting. It would almost sound like it was shorting out on something, the chassis or something like that. And I actually have an XPS 15 from 2017. It's my other laptop I have at home. I love it. I love that machine. That's why I have a Linux loaded on it, but that's what I use as just like my Linux laptop. Shout out to Primus from his neighbor. What does that mean, William? I'm confused. Now I know who DR MOSFET is. Okay, so we got the CMOS reset done. We're going to boot up to Windows. This should be all set up, hopefully. Dust Bunny down the rabbit hole. All right, so while this is booting up, how many people are here for the first time? First time catching the stream. I see we got quite a bit of people here, so if it's your first time, go ahead and say hi. If you haven't chatted, I want you to kind of reach out to say, hey, my first time. You don't have to say anything else, but welcome to all those newcomers here. We do these streams twice a week. Thank you. Thanks for coming. Awesome. I'm glad you made it. I know that you probably watched some of the reruns or watched the videos. So I do the stream twice a week live. I don't look at laptops ahead of time. And 6 p.m. Central on Wednesday and 9 a.m. Central on Sunday. And so it's kind of fun. We go through a bunch of things. Sometimes we have a lot of like side detours where we're messing around with other stuff. Jock says third time. And we got an inaccessible boot device. That means I just need to change the boot order on the inside the BIOS, so that's fine, or the boot controller. But that is awesome. I'm glad you guys came. And so see if you can come back again, first timer. Yeah, I know it's hard to catch streams, and especially if these things, sometimes I'm long-winded, right? So they're 4 hours long. It's kind of hard to commit to a four-hour stream, but you don't have to. A lot of people just kind of put it on in the background. There's different people who watch it different ways. I've heard a lot of people will just put the stream on the TV and then have their cell phone up while they're chatting on their cell phone, something like that. So you kind of have the best of both worlds. And Squirrely has its second stream. First time today. David, welcome, David. Oh, well, 1 year for me. Yeah, I think I'm on my 1 year anniversary, actually. I think it was right around May or June is whenever I started live streaming. I did my first stream, and I think I remember being pretty freaking nervous, I can tell you that. But now, not nervous anymore. I don't care. I don't care. Because the thing is like, I'm not a public speaker. I was always kind of intimidated in speaking in front of people, and now it's like, it's not a big deal. I can kind of hang out and do whatever. All right, so devices are getting ready. And you know what also helps? You know what helps? Because a lot of people are apprehensive about doing these types of things, or especially doing things in front of people and failing. I've determined that it doesn't matter if you fail, because what you're doing is you're trying, you're doing, you're learning, or you're doing things for science, and there's always expected failures, and there's also things that are out of your control, and so it doesn't really matter. Did I miss the bowling tournament results? I never got the results. I guess I never placed. I thought I did, man. I shot like a 691 scratch, and it was like a 750 with handicap. So I thought that was good enough, but I didn't hear back at anything. General says, I suck at soldering. I've had the rework station forever, several irons and tips and Kester solder. Originally had Amtech 223 UV, different Amtech helped me once. So if you are having issues soldering, you know, all it is practice, but you should get that Omega 559, a Black Horse Omega 559. You get the RA or the Whiskey Tango. Either one of those are great fluxes, and they also smell really good, and it makes it so much easier. You'll be surprised on how good of a solderer you become whenever you have a good flux. So, but yeah, it's been 1 year since I've been streaming, and it's definitely changed everything. And it's nice, you know. Premise was the first one who kind of pushed me over to going over to Twitch. I never interacted with Twitch very much, and so simulcasting onto Twitch was also another whole kind of avenue that I had to learn. And the thing is that I made Twitch partner within 9 months of doing that, or 8 months or something like that, which was crazy. Crazy. I know people do this for years. So first timer from Germany. Awesome work. Love the videos. Thank you there, Ben. Welcome. Welcome from Germany. Is it Guten Tag? Is that right? Is that, I'm trying to remember if that's what it, maybe I pronounced it wrong. But anyway, welcome. So we are in Windows here, and I'm just going to open Device Manager up. Hopefully this has all the devices set up. I don't know. Okay, so there we go. We do have all the devices set up. Let me just kind of give you a nice little zoom so you can see a little bit better. But we are in Windows. We do have an error on our NVIDIA graphics card. So the card is showing up. So it's not a power issue or a graphics card showing up issue. It's going to be a error, probably 43, I bet. Let's see. It says code 43. And code 43 usually means some sort of VRAM issue or some sort of issue with the card being able to communicate with the VRAM. Now, that could be the whole VRAM power supply is off and not working, or it could mean that one of the modules is shorted out and bad. We don't know until we run mats or mods. So that's what we're going to have to do. What does it say? Guten Abend. Is that how you say it? Okay, Senan knows because he's taking German. I went to Germany last year. I went to Germany, Austria, and Italy, and I drove all through the Alps and did all that stuff last year. And so I'm just trying to, you know, my brain doesn't function that well when it comes to that type of thing. And German was, I know a lot more French than I know anything else, and Spanish. I don't even know Italian that well. But I'm going back to France and Italy next month, so I'll be able to do a little bit more of that. Stop by to say hello. Dave, how you doing? The Dave is here. All right, so we're going to shut the system back down. We're going to need to figure out exactly what's causing that code 43. A lot of times when you have a code 43, it can't start the card. Why can't it start the card? It's usually pointing towards some sort of VRAM issue. I don't know, but we're going to test. So we're going to use something called mats and mods. I do have it preloaded on an SSD here, and we're going to, an SSD, a USB, and we're going to boot off of that. And we'll see if we don't have to go through a nightmare. Sometimes we have to go through a nightmare trying to get the thing to even detect the card properly. But we will see. All right, so we're going to boot off of that now. Okay, the DR MOSFET shorted. So we could, William says DR MOS shorted, so it would be not on the GPU itself, but it would be on the VRAM if it was a DR MOS shorted. So the way these things work is you have your GPU has power phases or power stages that power the GPU itself, the core, and then we'll have VRAM, and you usually have one or two power phases or stages that power that. Is this Toshiba? I don't think it's a Toshiba 256. No, wait. UFI. Oh, I think it's this guy. Okay. So we're trying to figure out. Have you ever been to the Netherlands? Yes, I've been to the Netherlands on a layover, but we went ahead and stayed in Amsterdam for a day. So I only got 1 day in Amsterdam, but we did go to Anne Frank Museum and went through the. I was walking with my kids back from the Anne Frank Museum back to our hotel, and we had to walk through a red light district of some sort, and so it was kind of interesting with my young kids. But yeah, so Amsterdam, I've been to probably 20 countries, I think, at this point. I think that's about right, 20. And so a lot of it's just Europe stuff, but I still haven't been to Spain, which is weird. I've been over there a lot. We did all through Switzerland, and we've been on basically all the Alps, basically. Enjoy the Autobahns. The Autobahns are crazy because you're like, okay, I'm driving fast. I don't know if I should be driving this fast with my kids in the car, but okay. Oh wait, why am I even in this? I'm not trying to boot to this. I'm trying to boot to the flash drive. Travel to Australia. Haven't made it to Australia. Haven't made it to New Zealand. Haven't made it to South Africa. So no Africa for me. No Egypt. None of that stuff. And then no like Southern Hemisphere, I guess. I've gotten close to the Southern Hemisphere, but never actually made it. Why can't I boot off this drive here? Here, let me pull out my SSD. So yeah, let's see. I've been through a lot of Central America, islands and stuff like that, and North America stuff. Uruguay, nope. Portugal. Most Australians have not even been to Tasmania. Oh, that's crazy. I mean, Australia's huge. It's huge. I had no idea how big it was. I mean, that's why they gave you your own continent, I guess. It makes sense. God, this battery keeps falling out and it's making me irritated. I'm going to put a screw in it real quick. But yeah, so I'm trying to think. I can name countries if I can focus. But let me try to find a screw here to screw this battery in. Raid versus Swarm. What is? Oh, Raid versus AHCI. So AHCI is kind of like the direct driver or controller driver for the M.2 slot or for PCIe. These are the wrong screws. What screws are these? And then RAID allows you to run these in RAID mode, right? So it has an Intel RAID controller, and then you can like RAID the drives together. So you can do RAID 1 or RAID 0, doing striping or mirroring. And a lot of times these machines will actually default on RAID. So it's kind of annoying. But most of my installs I just install as AHCI. Have I been to Poland? No. So I'm trying to okay, so as for let's see. As for countries, I know that people keep naming them. So Canada, US, which is regular, and Mexico, and then I've been to Costa Rica, Jamaica, the Cayman Islands. I've been through Mexico tons of times. Belize. I'm trying to think of all the Central American stuff. In Jamaica, I've been to Jamaica a couple times too, and then Caymans. I feel like there's something else down there. I don't know. And then as for Europe and all that stuff, I've been to Netherlands. I've been to Iceland. I've been to England, Ireland, Switzerland, Germany, Austria, France, Italy. I've been to Italy like 4 times. France like 6 times. And then I've been to Thailand, China, Japan. I feel like there's more stuff. I can't think of it. Okay. So this thing booted back up again. This thing's irritating me. All I'm trying to do is I need to remove this drive so I can just take it out of the picture while we're doing this stuff. 16-hour flight's a long time. Yeah, when I went to Thailand, we had to fly to California, and then we flew across, and it took, I mean, it was forever. We had to stop off in China, and then went over there. Where'd you go in England? So went to, we just mainly just stayed in England. The main square and all that stuff. We just took cars around, and this was like a few years ago. I didn't want to unplug that, was my whole point. And then went across to Ireland. We did Cork. We were down in Cork because a friend of ours lives down there, so we were visiting with them, and then did Ring of Kerry and all that stuff. But in England, we just did a bunch of just museums and stuff. It was just the kids, you know, so it's a go trip. That's all it is. All we do is just go trips. And so this year we're going to do more of a beach vacation. Our plan is to we're going to go to France, but we're going to southern France, I think, which is Nice and all that stuff. But then I'm going to rent a car. We're going to drive to Italy for a day or two. And then I'm only going to be taking a few days off. My wife and kids are going to be gone a lot longer. My daughter's spending a month there, and she'll be flying back on her own. So, you've been to Italy and experienced the earthquake. It was crazy. Yeah, I went to Japan. It was a couple weeks after Fukushima. Why is this not booting? Telling you, every single time I do mats and mods, I have issues. South France, love it. Love South France. Ooh la la. And Antibes, we were trying to go to, what is that island? Corsica? We were trying to go to Corsica, but it was going to be a pain to get there. So, disable secure boot. You might be right there, WP7. Well, I will try one more time. Yep, okay. I'm going to disable secure boot. I think that's what's going on here. Philippines. Have you ever been to the Philippines? I have not. I haven't been to too many Asian places. That's the thing. Peak District and the Lake District. Oh, those are the best places over there. Okay, boot configuration. I need to turn secure boot off so we can actually boot this drive up properly. Okay. Napoleon's childhood stomping grounds was in Corsica. Really? Are you kidding me? All right, let's see if this boots now. If we can boot this, then we can actually start moving on to what we're doing here. There we go. Okay. Now, I never figured out how to get the font to go bigger, guys. There has to be a way of doing this. This is a 4K screen. It's hard to see this. Oh, I know the old chatbots had a bunch of ideas on how to make the font bigger, but none of them seem to work. So I'm going to see if I can set it like this, maybe. And we'll zoom in. You can't even see it with that. I wonder if we go microscope. Same resolution, boot cheat code. So what do we think we can do here? To this is tiny Linux. Okay, so there's not a lot of stuff going on, so there's not like a bunch of commands you can run to change the font size, but I thought that we could do something where it's a double font size. Cut it and zoom in. Oh, that's a good idea. Let's do that. So I'm going to move, I'll have to go to this other feed here. That's a little bit better. Control scroll, well, we're not inside of a distro. Is that better? There's no chat on the screen, but I'm in an actual machine. Control zoom in and out. You guys want me to try that really? I don't think that will work. Control zoom in and out. There's no zoom in and out, but scroll, of course scroll won't work because we're not even in, we're in a command prompt. It's better like that at least, right? Use the trackpad. There's no trackpad inside Tiny Linux. All right, let me get a keyboard set up so I don't have to lean over the keyboard. Need a USB adapter. Morocco. Yeah, we almost went. There's a total solar eclipse this year in Spain on August 12th. And so we were trying to actually go to Spain for that. No, I mean the chat. Filthy screen. You filthy screen. Magnify. Okay, let me go back to the chat window. I can just try zooming that in if you want. I just don't want to mess up my window here. Set font. Okay, so we have something here. So it says control. Wait, who said this? AI says set font D doubles it. Okay, let's try it. Set font D. Okay, here, zoom back in. Let me see if I can copy this source and move it into my other one. I just don't want to mess up my actual view that I have on my other one here. So let's see if we can zoom this in a little bit more. Okay, is that good enough? I know that we don't have our chat on here because I'm in a different scene, but okay, so anybody else set font help? Okay, so let's see. Set font help. Okay. Usage C Maple, TTY, effect TTY instead of dev TTY. So it says nano, set it, and then reboot. But I would have to set it on the SSD. So where am I nanoing it to? I'm missing that portion here. It says control press. Control Shift Plus doesn't do anything, just so you know. Control Plus does not work. So I'm trying all that, doesn't work. Okay. Man set font. I like that. Set font. So there's no man for that. Again, this is tiny Linux. There's not much going on here, right? No idea. Just use set font 100. Set font 100. No such set font. Okay. Good enough wipe screen? What is that? What are you saying here? Enough wipe screen? Nope. Okay, so any term, a term, FN. So a term. You guys are making me inject a virus on here, I bet. A term. Darn it, where'd you go? You guys are typing so many things. Okay, so we'll try it again. A term. God, I can't even see. It's so hard for me to even see the font. See what it's writing. Zoom in more. I think just zooming is probably better than doing all this other stuff here. FN 12 by 24 and. Nope, okay, it doesn't like that one. Hack the mainframe. So that doesn't work. Tiny Linux is a virus. Okay, so I'm just going to stay zoomed in like this, I guess. So let me just, and we'll not worry about trying to up the font, okay? If that's fine with you, that's fine with me. So let me see if I can move this into my other scene, though, without messing up my whole scene. So I'm just going to paste this in here. Paste reference. Okay, but I need to move it around. Where to go? Move it down to the bottom. I'm going to rename this just so I don't get mixed up. Rename. Zoom. Let's see. Oh, wrong keyboard. Give me a second. Overhead. Zoom. Oh, it doesn't like that. Rename. Overhead. Zoom 2. Okay. Okay, I think we're good with that. We're just going to work with that. Okay, guys? Wait, run the command. So you guys still want me to try one more thing. Okay, I can try one more thing if you want. So set font. That's a lot of words. Okay, set font lat 7 term minus 32 x 16. That seemed like it did something. So you need to install console fonts. You'll need to install console fonts. I'm not installing nothing. Clear works. Okay, well, we're just going to rock and roll with this. All right, so the idea here, now that we're in here, I'm just zoomed in, we're fine. We can rock with this, okay. So the whole point is, we're booted into Mats and Mods. What we're doing is we're trying to interact with the GPU and try to figure out exactly what the errors are. And so on this particular machine, we have a RTX 3050. I think I can use this 3060 driver right here. And so I'm just going to use that one. So we're going to CD into that 455.107. I'm assuming you guys can see this good enough with the way that I have it zoomed in. So now we're inside that directory, and we're just going to look at all the files we have in here. Now, this one, I should already have a kind of a start command in here, but the GPU, because this has integrated graphics, we need to disable the main GPU, and so I do have a start script that I use, so I'm going to cat my start script, and just so you can see what it is. And the start script just runs 2 commands. The first command is going to be mods GPU test, skip RM state, initialize, or and then 0QA or OQA, right? And that just it basically tells the system to check the secondary card, and then I'm actually going to run the test on the secondary card because it first, let's see, the first card's going to be 0, the second card's 1, so that's why I have it set as that. So I'm going to run that command. So we're just going to do a start script here, run that, and so we'll actually see some arguments come up for a second. It's going to throw, let's see if it throws an error here. What error do we have here? Secondary GPU. Oh, did the current go up? I didn't pay attention. Did the current change, guys, by the way? So it cannot find PCI device 1. Try running 3D controller. Let me cancel back out of this. I want to make sure our current changed. Because if I start this and the current doesn't change, then we know it's not running the actual card. So our resting current's 53 watts. I'm going to rerun it again. It just peaked up for 1 second and then went back. So that's not actually working. So I'm going to cancel out of that. So now we're going to try Mats with a focus problem. I'm going to try Mats with the 3D card command. So that one actually went up to 63 watts. So now we know the card's actually doing something. So we're going to come down here and kind of wait. I'm going to zoom out just a little bit because we don't need it all the way zoomed out on that. I think it's running, is it? Oh, God, I can't tell. Yeah, it is running. So let me stop that. And I'm going to pipe that to less instead so it outputs the information to our screen when we're done. Pipe to less. There we go. All right, cool. So we're going to leave that running, and then when it's done, it will actually tell us that what is bad. So we'll just let that run for a little while. Man, I have this thing way zoomed in. Okay, so while it's running, let's chat for a little bit here. Let me see if I can get caught up on some of these chats. So you think we can actually edit the X defaults inside of the Tiny Linux? So I don't want to mess up my boot USB too much, because the only reason why we're running it in here, like I wouldn't mind having like a script I can run that whenever I'm on a 4K screen, it does it. But the only problem we're having is because it's a 4K screen, it's doing this. But on the regular screen in FHD, it looks fine. So it's not a big deal. So Linux TTY fonts are bitmaps, and they do not scale. To change the size, you will need to change the font file. So that is a good, clear, N4 is basically saying that. That's a very good, clear way of saying it, because that would make sense. If you have a bitmap file that you're basically displaying a raw output of the text file, then you know that it's not going to change with scaling. So always, what does LSPCI and grep in NVIDIA show? Is the card actually being detected? I joined the stream late. So it is being detected. When we boot the Windows, it's giving us a code 43, so we know the card's actually showing up. And whenever I just ran this 3D card test, it's now pulling current. So that's why I usually know that I'm actually running from that card. And the GPU is definitely hot. It's spicy. I just touched it. It's spicy. So we spent a week in Cork. I love Cork. And Cork is actually really, this is in Ireland. It was very rainy, which I guess is probably normal. But no, I think I chose wisely instead of going to, like, you know, some of the other cities. Did anyone suggest a command FB set reset 640 I haven't tried that, but most of these other commands are not part of Tiny Linux. Did we not have the title set properly? Or did you just reset it? Reset the title. It's good enough. All right. Are there any other fonts in Tiny Linux to use in shared console? Okay, well, we can look and see if they actually have something in the user share folder. I could probably just keep this set up where I can just zoom in whenever I need to, like this. Pixel characters, let's see. Why not change the resolution instead of the font? How to change the resolution instead of the font. So the thing is that whenever we have an issue on this Tiny Linux is when we have the issue. I just added TI. The TI makes a big difference, guys. That TI, woo, performance boost whenever you have a TI on there. Have you ever taken nice pictures of TUN 618 or Phoenix A? I'm lost on what those questions are. Far shot, but can it be an issue with the VBIOS? I have never once, ever fixed a graphics card on a laptop with a VBIOS. So I think it's highly unlikely. I'm losing people. I can see people leaving here, the stream. So I'm just going to let this run. Maybe I'll go into full screen instead. So I'm just going to let that run right there, and that way we'll at least not lose a bunch of people. Enough scrambled eggs. All right, so catching resolution of the screen could be an option. It's only because it's 4K. I mean, there's so many of these like DOS or Tiny Linux things that just they're trying to display however they can, and it's in TTY mode. So if you're watching on a computer, use the you can use the Windows magnifier. That's a good way of doing it. And so whenever this actually dumps, it will be ready to go pretty quickly. Oh, that's a lot of words there. I got a question. I have an Alienware laptop that stopped posting. Took it in to get checked out at a local repair shop. It was broke. They just told me it was broke. That thing's broke. Pushing me to get an extended warranty and let Dell replace the motherboard after 30 days. That's crazy. So is that ethical? Was that ethical? I mean, were they giving you a solid for that by telling you to just get an extended warranty and have Dell fix it under warranty whenever your warranty actually became eligible? I don't know. That sounds like insurance fraud to me. But I don't know. You know, you can give us a call. You know, if you're in the United States, you can send it to us, and I can fix it. I can also just kind of give you pointers on things to check if you just want to give me a call on Monday. How's the battery coming along? Oh, good point. Oh, now we can set this one off to the side. That's what we can do here. Ah, ha, 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 ha. We are at 33% charged, people. So we can actually switch back to our other machine. What do you think about that? How about them apples? All right, so we have another laptop off to the side if you just joined. We have another laptop off to the side that we were working on first, but we need the battery charged up so we can actually flash the BIOS. So we set it off to the side while we're working on this one. Now this may take a while to run, so we're going to set this one off to the side and then come back to the other one. That's called multitasking, people. All right, so can I move this? And where can I move this to? I'm going to move this over to my other tech's desk. Let's see. We're just going to let it run. Have it unplugged. Still on. Don't fall apart. I'm going to plug it in here on this desk. And then you guys have to just remind me to check on it later. Plug it back in. I Can't see, it's dark in here. Okay. Plugged in, that one's running. All right, so now we're coming back to this other one. All right, so this is the 17R4 that we were working on first. And we replaced the LCD connector. The machine wasn't kind of coming on. We finally played around with it. We did get it to start powering on. And the issue that we're having is that they included a stick of DDR4 3200 speed, and the machine does not power on or post with that stick. And so we're trying to figure out if we can just update the BIOS and see if we can get it to be compatible with 3200, because it works with my 2400 and my 2666. All right. Oh, that thing is crazy zoomed. Let's get rid of that zoom. Overhead zoom. There we go. All right, so you can see, oh, I just moved it and unplugged the battery, I bet. Yep. Okay. Or did I just use all the battery power it had? That'd be crazy if it did that just now. What was the charge at just now when it shut off? Did it go all the way down to 0? Oh, man. Gosh. I had it at 33, walked over here, tried to move it around, and then we just used all the battery. No way. From 33? I don't know. We'll see. I mean, these batteries weren't manufactured very recently. Either that or I just moved something wrong underneath here. They are power hungry. This thing takes a 330 watt charger. Hopefully it's not all the way dead. The thing does shut off, but it was while I was moving it, so I guess there's a chance that I moved it in a way where it like shorted something out or something, or I didn't like it. Oh, battery's at 1% again. Are you freaking? The battery's back to 1%. I cannot believe. It literally was at 33% when I walked over, right? Oh my gosh. You're killing me, Smalls. That was nuts. How is that even possible? It's not even spicy. No, but it definitely has a bad cell, is probably what that means. Or it doesn't know what 33% is. Oh, 10-year-old battery, nothing but the best. It's definitely a bad battery, yeah. I mean, it has 18% health left, which means it's like in poor health. I bricked another battery. All right, so what do we need to do? What do we need to do? Okay, I got an idea. Toll, thanks for the $2.09. Thank you. You're trying to make me feel better. Okay, we're at 2%. Are we going to count all the way to 10? Time for a bike ride. Ooh, I love that idea. Dave says go for a bike ride. You know, I should go for a bike ride today. Maybe I could. It rained yesterday, though. Trails may be muddy. Huh. Now you're getting me sidetracked again. Put another battery in and let it charge. Put another shrimp on the bobby. All right, well, I have 2 other batteries here, but I didn't try this other one. Put another shrimp on the bobby. Boot it and test. We could also boot it to a test operating system and try to force it that way. We'll just let it charge. Let it charge. Good idea. Okay. I'm going to try one other battery real quick. I'm not a quitter, you said. I'm not a quitter. Here, let me just try one other battery. Slowly. Do it slowly. Okay, this one. We've already tried this one. I had a learning moment by not securing the battery and opening the lid, and the battery fell out and ripped ripped the connector right off the board. Are you kidding me? Oh my gosh, it's a learning experience, I'm telling you. I think I've maybe done that before. I don't know. I've never ripped a whole connector off the board though. Okay, Rufus says USB BIOS or DOS and force it. Make a USB. Oh yeah, that's true. And then it will go straight into the force it. Jag, thank you for the coolest fans. Welcome. I think if I boot into Windows, I can actually just run the force command from Windows. So I don't know why I'm going through all this stuff. Learning is a pain. Hey, we have a battery that has 54%. I saved another laptop. All right, so this battery has 54%, so we're good. All right, let's do it. We'll go. Uh-oh. Is this our USB? Okay, so I already have it on our USB here. The goal here is to flash the BIOS, update it to a newer version, allow it to have a newer BIOS revision to run faster RAM. So the SSD would have been the good way of going, but we're going to go. We have a battery charge now. Woohoo! You know what's funny is that was the other battery I had sitting here, and I was like, we'd already went through 2 batteries and they weren't charged, and I was like, well, I'm not going to go through the third one. If we would have just done the third one earlier, it would have been fine. Okay, now we're going to go to flash the BIOS, tab over, select. It says power status okay. Right here it was saying an error before, and so now we should be able to flash it. Password? Password? There's an admin password on there's a BIOS password on here. Okay, all right, so I didn't even notice that. There's an admin password in the BIOS. So you mean you can't even update the BIOS if you wanted to? 1, 2, 3, 4, that's a good one. Password 1. Reflash time. Wipe. Here, I'm trying to go into the BIOS. I want to see it with my own eyes. Do you think 1, 2, 3, 4 would actually work? Are we charging the battery or are we powering on? Oh, that was charging the battery at 3 amps. Okay, somebody else is saying 3294. Where's that coming from? After all that, a password? Password ain't gonna mess with me at all. Let's see. Security. Yep, unlock. It says locked right here. Locked. Troll says ton 618 and Phoenix A are massive black holes. Oh, gotcha. I haven't done any imaging recently, but no, I haven't done imaging of those either. Like the only black hole I guess I've done, if I've done something, would have been M68, right? I think M68 has a black hole in it. I'm pretty sure. But no, that's funny. I was not in astronomy mode at the moment, so good call on that there. All right, so we're gonna have to flash the BIOS to fix this. Does someone really want me to try 1, 2, 3, 4? Are we doing that for science? 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 5, 1, try 6, 7. Okay, we'll do that for science and then we'll flash it. I don't know. I don't know how sciencey it is to just kind of like brute force by using stupid passwords, but no, please. No, for the love of God, do not try it. I love how it's so back and forth. Everyone's just like, yes, no, no, yes, no, yes, yes, no, yes. Use a password generator. Oh, yeah, we can use a password generator. That actually would be better science. 000 or 1, 2, 3, 4. What is the extension on this, though? I guess I would have to pull up the extension to get the lock. Yeah, that's a good point. We can just do the BIOS password on the website. Duh. What type of flashing tool do you use? So I have a T48 and this guy right here. And so this is what I use to flash directly to the chips. I have a link in the video description, so you can just look at that. But that's what I'll use to flash right to it. The old general, thank you for that. I don't know why this isn't going to the BIOS. Come on. Or where are we trying to flash to? Whiskey time? Whiskey tango? Is the password encrypted? So the password on the BIOS, I don't even know exactly how that's set up in there, but what we'll do is I usually just overwrite the entire BIOS and then it fixes it. I have one cleared out already to go. Try with no extension. Does it work with no extension? It gives all 5. Power on. I think I'm too fast with this power button. Hackers unite! We will get past this. 60% every time. You know, 90% of statistics are made up. Okay. I can't believe it asked you for a password to flash a BIOS. So stupid. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. 0, 0, 0, 0. I can't believe I'm doing this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So stupid. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. That was a waste of time. What's the stag? All right, let's get the service tag and figure it out. So we'll try to use our service tag tool. I mean, not the service tag tool, but the password tools, password Etsy website, blah, blah, blah. Let me see if I can pull it up. See if I can unlock this. Unlock setup. And it's not showing me extension. So system password. Nope. All right, so we're going to have to try it without it. Does it work without it? Have you ever done it without it? I don't think I have. So we're going to go to BIOS password tool. So it's this website right here. And we'll type in the service tag number. And they have some sort of like generating tool, but usually you have to have the extension on it. So we're going to have to try all the extensions, I guess. HTTC2, because I can't remember what it is. So it needs one of these extensions on here. I think it's probably one of these older ones. What do you think? But it could be this one. Can someone figure that out? So if we do that, no, serial number. I'd rather just flash this thing. I don't even want to deal with this. I don't even want to deal with that. Okay, that password tool. What is, hey, Ninja, that's a lot of words, bro. Ninja, look at this. You see that? You can't do that. 42 seconds, 42 seconds, 48 seconds. Can't do that. And it's all in caps. You can't do that too. Yeah, let me just flash it because it's going to be quicker. But yeah, if you're a commoner out there, just try to use that tool, and you just got to get the extensions on there. So the BIOS chip's right here. I already have a BIOS made. I'll just put it on there. It'll take me 2 seconds. But yeah, Ninja, if you do that again, you're going to get kicked out of here, bro. Pretty quick. Pretty quick. Pretty quick. Okay, I think I have one of these BIOSes. So 17R4. Oh, you know what I realized? I don't have, like, I still haven't had all my programs installed, so I don't have a hex editor installed on here. Darn it. Service tag works. Service tag. Hold on, I'm trying to find one that doesn't have a service tag on it yet. So I have some that have clean MEs, but I don't have any that doesn't have the service tag reset on it yet. And I'm going to have to install my editor in order to fix that. Let me see. Take a no caps class. Did you know caps actually is yelling? So if you're new to chatting, if you type in all caps, you are yelling, okay? It's as loud as you can be. And you're also like, look at me too. What is that? $1.41. Moat, thank you for that. Where's Jay? What's a Jod? Where's that at? Where are you located there? Moat. Sorry, I need to get my hex editor installed, but I can't remember. What was the name of it? What did I use? I can't remember. What was the name of my editor? Darn it. Oh my gosh, I'm blinking, and I have to reinstall all these things, And that's the last thing I did not install. Does anyone know what I was using before? I know what the icon looked like. And I usually just keep my downloads folder, and I just kind of come through and find that. Oh my gosh. Oh, was it HXD? No. I think I have it in my video description. Yeah, I'm just not, I have a full license on the one that I was using. That's why I'm trying to use that one. Give me a second here. I just need to be able to get my editor up and then I can edit these things. Programming, oh yeah. I use Hex Editor HDD Soft, so Neo Editor is what I use normally, and I have a full license for it. But I'll have to find the license at some point. Okay, we'll just download the software though, anyway. Fresh install of Windows is so much fun. Okay, we are installed. All right, so this BIOS does work. I'm trying to open it up in the editor, and then I can actually edit the file here. Okay, so let's see if I can find. Oh my gosh, this is not the full version. Let's see if I can find it in here. Tag. Nope. I'm going to deal with this later. Find the service tag in here. Darn it. Or maybe, Led, can you tell me where the padding is on that so I can get rid of the service tag? Led Farmer is the man when it comes to that UEFI tool. Send the file in Discord. Okay, I'll do that. I'll just have Led Farmer take care of it for me. Led, if he can't do it, no one can. Oh, sorry. Should not have that up. Okay. Let me zip this real quick. Add the archive. Okay. All right, send it to Led. All right, cool. If you can get rid of the service tag out of there, that would be nice. Okay, where was I feel like I'm all over the place today. Feel like it was all over the place. So UEFI tool, yeah, I want to know how it works because I can never get rid of it using the padding thing. So I really want to know that trick. Dell stores the admin password in a non-volatile security area according to ChatGPT. So I already have it probably cleared, I would think, but I don't know for sure. But I have a clean one, so I know that the one I put on there will work. It just has the wrong service tag, and I want to be able to insert the service tag back on there correctly. So after I wipe it, I want to put their service tag back on. Is there a Parts People Discord? There's not a Parts People Discord. There's a JFix Discord, so JFix runs one, and so the one that just shows up in there if you type in ! Discord, that's the one to join. There's a bunch of guys on there that are answering all the questions and doing stuff, and then I'll frequent on there. I'm not on there as much as I should, but that's the one to join if you want to do something. So, break through to the other side. So while he's doing that, so basically what we're trying to do is we're trying to update the BIOS to the more recent version, but now we need to clear the BIOS password. And JFix is a rock star. So if you guys don't know who JFix is, James, he has a YouTube channel also, and it's a go. All right, that's fast. It's the fastest man in the West. So you can join his YouTube channel. Daryl, $5. Daryl, where have you been? Daryl Flores, where has you been? He's the toothbrush master. So he sent me 200 and something toothbrushes. And so what I do is now give these out as autographed toothbrushes. I sign them. And whenever someone requests it, when they buy something on my website, let's see if I can find an autographed toothbrush. Here you go. So autographed toothbrushes. So all you have to do is if you buy something on my website, you get an autographed toothbrush if you ask for it, which is funny. Go to 80,000. Okay, so he's saying to go to 80,000. So we're going to go to, can I go to? Is this thing going to help let me go to 80,000? View. Go to. Where's the stupid go to? Go to line. Where's the line? I don't see it. Fill, insert, replace, discard. Go to. Okay. Do I have to freaking do this manually? 80,000. Of course. Yes, right in this area somewhere. I didn't see where the jump on this version of the program I have. It doesn't work, it doesn't seem like, so I usually just type in the line number. Ding-a-ling-ding. All right, so right here. There it is. Okay, so this is what we're looking for. I looked for tag. It should have came up. This is ridiculous. So what I usually do here is I just copy this line here, and then I just paste it right there to paste over it. And there should be another one in here, though. Tag. I don't know. Why did it not come up when I searched for it a second ago? That's weird. See, pattern not found. And there should be another one in there, lad. Where's the other one at? Should be 2 lines with that. Use UEFI tool, Control G. Oh, Control G should have worked, yeah. Use UEFI tool to go to the padding. Oh, that's how you did it. Okay. You can just type in 80,000 in the upper left corner, maybe. I don't know about that. Okay, so I cleared one of them, but I know there's going to be another one in here. That's what I don't get here. So let me deselect this stuff, make sure. Select none. Regular expression, tag, search down, ignore case. Yeah, ignore case. Maybe I should do capital. See, it's not finding this one, which is funny. It's right there, right? Oh, it did find it. Okay, F3. Okay, it's only one pattern in there. Okay, so we're going to save that out. Maybe there's only in there one time. Normally there's 2 times in there. That's why I say it does have that. Okay, so we're going to, we have to actually back up the customers too while I'm at it. (27101) 27101 Alienware 17R4. All right, so we're going to call this one a Alienware 17R4 with a clean ME. And no ST. Hopefully it has no ST in it. We'll see. Okay. All right, so back to the grind. So we actually need to extract their BIOS off of here. Yeah, and good thing you have the service tag in case it's not on the base. It's not like it really matters. Like we can put whatever we want in there, but I like to be able to put their stuff back on here. So let's extract their BIOS off of here to back it up, which shouldn't really matter because it's just an eBay machine. And then we will flash the new one on here, and that should actually, then we can flash that and see what's going on. Okay, this is a, this pulled up right, a 25Q128FV. So y'all remember that. What is that junk in there? So I'm going to unplug the battery. We don't want any power on the system. And so I'm going to use this Pogo pen reader. Let's see if I can get it lined up right. So it's a QFV, right? Detect QFV SOC. Good. We're going to read that data. Of course. ID pen. Why is the ID pen good? Had in-laws for lunch and left. Wanted to share some joy. Thank you, Atari. Thanks for coming by. Have fun with your in-laws. All right, we read it successfully. We're going to verify it now, just to make sure we have everything good. There's no super glue on this BIOS. Jokes will be banned at this point, at this juncture. Okay, let's save this off as a flash, and we're going to put it in that folder we created earlier. Backups. Date. Didn't we just create a folder? I thought we did. Weird. I swear we created a folder. 27101. I don't know, the dates are wrong on it. So we'll have to figure that out. So I just named this original as a backup. Not like it really matters for this customer, but we always back up their stuff proper, nice way. All right, so now we're gonna flash this thing on here. Do not eat the in-laws though. You guys are too funny. All right, so now we're gonna load the one in we made, or that we have. Send you a way to find the Windows key. Oh, okay. Let's see. See if we can do the Windows key. Search for this. Okay. So we're going to see if we can find the Windows key in there. That's a good point. How do we go back to where I am? Okay, so let me open their file back up, which was... Okay, their original one's here. Do I do it as a regular expression or not? I think because I don't have the full license, this thing's not working like it should. Do his hex. Upgrade now? No. Start 14-day trial. I have a full license of this, so it should work just fine. Advanced user, go. Okay. Paste. Just continue. Come on. For gosh sakes. Okay. Find. There it is. Okay. Ooh, you found it. You found it. Okay, so interesting. So now we'll go back in here and the one that we opened. Let's see if we can do the same thing. Pattern was not found. So this is line 862, Control G. Cool, we can go there. And what line do we need to go to? 862000, find. Okay, like there's nothing in this area. So can I just copy this region right here, or do I need all this other junk in here? Could I just put this in there and that's it? Because I've actually never transferred a Windows key before, so that'd be an interesting thing to do. Use UEFI tool to do it instead. Huh. Might be corrupted. Okay, hold on. Let me open UEFI tool real quick. You aren't at 862? Oh, thank you. Oh, you're right. Look at that. Cheers on that. I swear I went to it. 862. Weird. Okay, so let's see what offset this is. No change. Relative. What am I doing wrong here? It's a good point, though. Relative, absolute, I don't know. Nope. Percent? It's not percent. Maybe it's not offset. That's probably the thing. Okay, what are we doing? It should be a jump to, I thought. Jump to, go to offset, change file. That was Control G, by the way. Insert hex, blah, blah, blah. I just want to go to line. Where's go to line, people? Freaking making me blow my head off here. Select, range, operations. You guys telling me? Does anyone have it? Put 0x in front of it. Okay. Well, got us a little closer, I feel like. What if I just did the zeros, oh my God, the 0, 0 in front of it? Nope. Oh my God. Do an offset at the beginning. Don't forget to like the video. Oh my gosh. Manual scroll. Let Farmer says just go manual. We're going manual. We're going to land this plane manually. We're going manual. Where we're going manual. You know what I could actually do? This is even easier. Oh no, because I don't have full. If I actually had my full license, I could just do a compare and it locks the two files together. And then I could just do it that way. But so 86200 right here. So I just need to copy it into that region right there. So I'm going to copy this stuff right here. Copy 86200. Paste. Boom. Nailed it. And that's all they wrote. So we're going to save as again, but we're going to say with Windows key. Let's say. Okay. Are we good? Or did I do something else wrong? You missed the last number. 4. Missing the last digit. You guys are killing me here. How am I missing the last digit? I'm missing the last digit. I should have copied more. Okay, we're going to do this correct one of these days. Here, I'll just copy all this. I don't really care. Copy. Come back over here. We're going to make sure deselect. Okay, I'm going to paste right here. Paste. Boom. Then we're going to save as. I'm going to close this one though. We're going to save as. Of course, it does not want me to save as. Why can't I save? Oh, there we go. Save as. Windows key. Replace it. Okay. Are we happy? Are we kosher now? Gosh. You guys are making me work so hard. Did y'all see that? Uh-oh. Okay. I don't know. My thing's not moving. Okay. You're killing me softly. You're killing me, Smalls. Okay, so we got that. What are we doing? If you're just joining in, we're doing some stuff for, I don't know why. This eBay laptop, we got it working. It's not working with a 32 megahertz RAM. We're trying to get it working, but their BIOS is locked, so we can't change their, we can't update the BIOS. It works with the lower speed. Thank you for the cheer. Thank you for the cheers. It's shenanigans. That's what we're doing. All right, so now we have a BIOS that actually has their service tag written in there. Not their service tag. It doesn't have a service tag in there, but it does have their Windows key loaded in there. So I'm going to reload that into the window. I got to pull this up so I can see. All right, so we're going to load that one back in here. Whew. Nope. Can't do it. Can't do it with it open here. Okay. Are we good? For science. It's all for science. You blinded me with science. All right, so I'm just lining this up. You guys can't see this, but I'll get the pogo pen on here. Okay, so we're going to check. Oh, you're killing me. Are we even doing anything productive today? All right, so that's working. So now I'm going to program it. Go. We're programming. Okay. You liked the videos hours ago. How many hours have we been streaming? 2 hours and 48 minutes. We have to fix the laptop completely before the end of the stream for sure. I wonder if that other laptop is done running its mats and mods. Probably is. There we go. I think it's going to be a water break time in a second too. Mats and mods better be done. And then if we could fix that one, then we'll do a twofer. I go to science class twice a week. So you're counting this as science class. So Daryl says he's at science class twice a week. Sandy at 7 and Wendy at 4. Pacific time, of course. Good thing he sent this to me. Okay. All right, so do we think that BIOS password's gone? I hope so. I hope so. Okay. So I'm going to plug my battery back in because it has a charge. Okay. Do we have that lined up right? Good. Good. So this thing should turn on. It should turn on. Hopefully it turns on. All right, it's charging the battery. It looks like 0.2 should jump up to 3 amps. Okay, charging the battery. Press the power button. We do have fan spin. We have current draw. Are we going to get picture? Are we going to get picture, please? Watch it not even be the right BIOS. Anyway, that picture, I can't believe. Look at this picture. It's a different one because the other one had like that alien head. The alien head's gone. Okay, well, I guess they changed the way that they had that set up. We're going to boot into the BIOS flashing menu here. Are we flashing a BIOS to fix the 4K on the Linux machine? No, this is the first machine. We went back to the first machine. Flip-flop, flip-flop. So right now we're trying to make this machine work with DDR4, 3200. I still love you, Nate, and hate you the same time. Oh, Justin. Justin. That's right. All right, so we're able to select the BIOS like before. So now let's see if we can hit upgrade. What? Is the password inside the EC chip? There's still a password. Still locked. This was a totally different BIOS. Keep it blank. Okay, well, let's see. Invalid password. Notice the service tag. Let's go back. Service tag is 46HTTC2. Yeah, because the service tag is still inside the EC chip. Needs an EC flash and redump. You're freaking kidding me. How much work are we doing here? No. Should we flash the EC chip on this thing? We're just trying to get his RAM working. Does this thing have program headers? I don't even know if I've ever flashed an EC chip on this thing. Where's the EC chip on this thing? Does it even have program headers? Ooh. Okay. So it almost, and the rabbit hole continues, or begins, however you want to put it. Let me pull up, let's do this. Let me pull up Flexboard View. I'm going to see if we have programming headers. Oh my gosh, you're kidding me. So this is an 17R4. It's in the EC chip. So that's where the BIOS is and everything. I mean the service tag. All right, so we have our motherboard here. Brand new, beautiful motherboard. And where is the EC? There's the chipset. So the EC chip's probably on the other side of the board. EC chip's here. And do we have programming headers? The logo, power button. Where would it be? Where would it be? Here, let me grab a board. I've never flashed the EC chip on this machine. If you flash it to EC2 SSD, will it detect? No, the EC chip's on the motherboard. It's an actual embedded controller. Oh, gosh. Keyboard header. Yeah, maybe through the keyboard header. Now I'm feeling that feeling of I need to take it. Oh, EC swap? Ooh, that's spicy. That's spicy on that one. That's these. I've actually never even swapped one of these EC chips before. Wait, which one is it? Wait a minute. Jean-Paul. Donde? Oh, here it is. It's an E&E chip. This big giant E&E chip. And I've actually never swapped one before. So that might be kind of fun. I have brand new ones. We have tons of donor boards, so we can just grab one off another donor board. But I feel like there should be programming headers around here somewhere. But if there's not, then we'll need to swap or just do something. Usually it's right on the edge. Right on the edge. And I'll check the keyboard header. The keyboard header doesn't have that many pins, but yeah, it could be in there. Yeah, let's check that. Oh, gosh. Making me work so hard, people. I'm working hard for my money. Do, 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 do. Hard for my money. Okay, keyboard connector. Of course, they're not labeled properly. What'd you say? ITE is a keyboard style. This is not ITE though. It's a KB9542Q, I believe. E&E. So yeah, it's the KB9022Q. And actually, I know that my BIOS programmer can program these chips. All right, so I don't see. So it's probably just going to be like KSO3. Here, let's see. Let's look at it in the schematic. Le schematic. All right, let's go to the EC chip in the schematic instead. Here they are, right? EC clock data. Are those them? Usually say DIDO. I don't know if that's right. Those could be them. What do you think? What do you think? Or is it this? Here it is. It's right here. JEC. So we got KSO3, 654, blah, blah, blah. This is it. This is what we're trying to find. So we want to find this connector on the board. And it's right here. Okay. We found it. We found it. So I've never programmed this before. So this is fun. So here it is. This is what we're programming off of. We need to use these headers. And y'all are on board with me on this? And the setup is going to be, we're going to use this pin, this pin, this pin, and this pin. Those, and then we probably don't need that one. So we're going to use those four. And I don't know which one's which, so we'll have to go back to our schematic to consult that. So the first one is KSI6, and if we come back over to KSI6 on here, KSI6 right here, okay? Is it going to tell me if it's, doesn't, but I have a cheat sheet for you, okay? So we'll just use that instead. Okay, so 6745. 6745, put that in the back of your head. Let me grab my cheat sheet. Let's program this sucker. Sounds like fun. Actually, we need an EC chip though. We need an EC programming. Do we have one? Well, that's the next thing to go check out. 4, 5, 6, 7. 4, 5, 6, 7. 6, 7. All right, let me make sure I have an actual BIOS file or a EC chip file, because I don't even know if we do. Because we'll have to raw dog one out of something else. Well, so here's an extracted. That doesn't look right. Here, let me see if I can. All right, so we have our BIOS file here, and I don't know. Oh my gosh, this is annoying. I don't have anything set up, people. I'm so irritated by this. Like, I don't have any of my commands set up anymore. My command shells, all this stuff is not set up anymore. Oh, is it? Ooh. How do I have all that set up still? No, I don't. Okay. Let me think about this. We can extract one off another board instead that's already set up. You shouldn't run random exploits. Yes, that's exactly the case. This is all because I ran a random exploit and I had to reset my whole computer. All right, let's extract one from another machine, and then we'll just move on with life. Oh my God, I can't believe it's on the EC chip. You know, you got to believe something. All right, so we'll back his up, and then, or we'll extract one off of this board that I have right here, this brand new board. This beautiful board. Same part number, right? Yep, same part number. All right, so this one's the same part number. We're just going to use the programming headers here. I'll have to somehow get down to those programming headers. So much better whenever I have everything set up, but whenever I have to set things up, it makes it a lot harder. I'm just going to cut this tape out of the way. Bourbon break. Oh, right, I was supposed to have some water. Look at another 25Q or 25R chip. Should I just transfer the BIOS chip and the EC chip over from this board and move on with life? Anything above 220 volts. Here, I'm going to have a drink of my water, but I also want to see if this thing finished. Of course, this never finished over here, so it never ran in the first place. All right. We need a coffee sponsor. I know. We need somebody to be able to deliver coffee to me while I'm on the stream. That'd be Sinan's job or Johnny V's job. Both those guys are local. Swap for science. Okay, so people are voting for swap. Okay. All right. Let's put up a vote real quick. Do you want me to swap EC chip? Because I've never done that before. Swap the EC chip, or do you want me to try to program the EC chip, like extract and program? So swap or program. And while you're doing that, I'm going to try to program. Swap. People want to swap. Program. Swapping is like more dangerous, and you can end up messing up the board. That's the problem. I like doing the programming versus the swapping because it's more. The swapping is more dangerous. So more dangerous. Okay. I know y'all wrote something. Hold on. I'm just trying to get my stuff over here. Okay. Interesting. All right. What'd you say? I missed something. Everyone said so much stuff vibe coded. We should vibe code it. I will back it up first, but like I said, programming is just a lot easier to do. Program, then swap. Swap for science, swap for science, swap for science. Easy swap. A program swap. Yeah, we are swapping the programming. Program, man. Just program it, man. All right, well, that's not much of a poll. Make a poll. Can somebody make a poll? I'm just going to see if I can extract the data off this thing anyway. Where's my DC jack? Let's see. All right, here, I'll do this. All right, so we have a poll going. There we go. All right, so if you want me to swap the chip, I think it's, let's see which one it is. Yes for swap, no for program. There you go. No for program. Okay. So you guys are leaning towards program. It's not a pain. It's not a pain. Injecting voltage for the magic smoke. All the no's are bots. Look at all the no's. Over halfway there for the new subs on Twitch. Okay, what am I looking for here? This is all because we want to make their stick of RAM maybe work in it. We also want to remove their password too. So. And I've never done this one before. It's kind of interesting. A little different than normal. Okay. I'm not a bit. Swapping and knowing good EC chip is kind of stupid, yeah. Why hasn't anyone come up with a magic smoke injector? Well, that's I still think that Black Horse Repair should come up with a whole set of candles that has all the scents that go along with what I go through, right? So if I'm actually soldering with his, oh, you know what? I don't know if I have this. Yeah, I do have this tool in here. If I'm soldering with his flux, then you can light his flux candle. If I'm smelling burning, you light the burning plastic or burning electronics candle. Go through with, have all the different scents, right? So you have smell-o-vision. You got your candle? Is it pretty strong? Does it smell good? So Semper got a Black Horse, official Black Horse candle. So right now I got 2.66 or 2666 is working in the machine, but we were trying to get 32 megahertz working through 200. Why does Nate try to resurrect? Is that like a joke? Is it like a chicken crossing the road? Smell-o-vision. I'm telling you, smell-o-vision is all the rage back in the 90s. All right, so KSI, we might need to make a key for us. Sunday. Happy Sunday, Nathaniel. Nate is great. I suspect a pricky board. Pricky board 32. I've tried my own 32s though. So, hello from North Carolina. Just joined the stream. All right, so what did we look at here? I can't remember what the numbers were. So 6, 7, 4, 5. And so 6, 7. So I'm going to write this down in order just so my brain can process this. So it's 6, 7, 4, 5. So 6, 7, 4, 5. And then that's going to be 10 pads. I will, thank you. 7 is going to be blue. So we're going to put B there. This is just for my numbering here. 6 is going to be yellow. 5 is green. And 4 is purple. All right, so theoretically we should be able to just do yellow, blue, purple, green on these pads right here. Gosh, and connect right to it. That's only in theory. It's only in theory. Indiana? It's my Sean Connery. Indiana, what are you doing? All right, so it's going to be these pads. So this one, this one, this one, this one. So 6, 7, 4, 5. So we're going to tin the pads first so we have something to actually connect to pretty well. Did he just say 6, 7? That's crazy. All right, get your Black Horse candle lit. We're going in with some Black Horse on here. Are you named after a dog? After Raw Dog? Nate Dog? Oh, the Nate Dog in the house. Yeah, they always called me Nate Dog when I was younger. The old Nate Dog. All right, I only tinned those 4 pads because that's all I need. Where we're going, that's all we need. All right, the Omega candle's out of stock. He made more of them, and then we sold them out the next stream. So he needs to make like a whole bunch because he will sell them. I think he made it as a joke, and then he thought that no one would buy it, and then little does he know that it's actually going to be a very popular item, right? So this is Black Horse Repairs. He makes a flux that smells really good, and so then he made a candle that smells like it. But he made a batch of 5. They sold out immediately. He made another batch of 5. They sold out. So I'm like, dude, I know that you don't want to be a candle maker, but you literally are selling out of something. You might as well have it in stock, right? So I'm going to get Raph to make another batch. They should make a batch of 50 or something. I don't know. I'm Spanish. I'm Egyptian. I'm Connery. I'm Sean Connery. All right, what was the colors? Yellow, blue, purple, green. All right, so do not cut the green wire. Yellow. There we go. Nate barked before GTA 6. Is there a barking in GTA 6? You know, the last GTA I played was, I think, what was the one after GTA 3? Vice City or something? GTA 6, though, that hasn't even come out yet. Isn't that one that's like taken 3 years or something for them to make? Purple. Oh, San Andreas. No, I haven't played San Andreas, so I think it was Vice City. Yeah, I mean like 13 years ago. Yeah, Vice City. Yeah, it was the one right after 3. So 3, the one I played the most, and then, like, I never had a console that had it on it, so I was playing on the computer. But, and then I remember getting it on my cell phone. I was like, oh, this is cool. You can play it on my cell phone. A cheat code. Creating a second cheat code. Oh, you are? Thank you. It's going to be for these boards. What keeps the probes in place? Oh, that's a good question. That's a good question. Hey, look. So, let me get the overhead. I'm going to end this poll because we're done with the poll. So these are weighted, okay? So these have kind of goosenecks, and they're very smooth. Soga Harger, thank you so much. You just gifted 5 subs on Twitch, so you don't have to watch any commercials. So S4, Micro, Creep, and HR and Dom all got free, commercial-free viewing for the next 30 days, so appreciate that. So these are goosenecks, but they're very, very loose, and these are weighted tips, and so you just set them down, and they just kind of stay in place. So this is made by a company called Shark, PC Bytes, sorry, PC Bytes, and I have a link in the video description. You can get them on Amazon. Okay. Where am I at? So I just set them in place like that. There we go. All right, so we're all in place, I think. Do we have all of them, or did I bump them all? Nope, we have them all. Is this going to work? Thanks for the gifted subs. Appreciate it. Preach. Top pin 6 is off the pad. Oh, sure is. Okay, good, good, good. Let me move this one over a little bit. Okay. All right. I've never read this chip before, so we'll see how it goes. All right. So, come over here. And let me see if I can pull up my EC programming software. Hopefully that's set up and still working, because I think that just runs right through a folder, so I don't have to reload that. But is the driver set up? That's the question. Oh my gosh. You're right. Do I even have the driver set up? Probably not. Well, let's see. Open it. It worked. Okay. So let me see. I'll just pull this up on the screen view. All right, so I'm going to search for the chip 9022Q. I think that was the chip, right? Or actually, the board number is probably in this. What was the board number? 751P? Something like that? Okay, here's our board. I think it's this one. Wait, is this one? Is it? It's a D751. Right? Yeah, D751P. So that's our board. And of course, it's going to error out and not work, because that's how they do it. So that's why I end up using these other pinouts here. So I'm just going to do, just choose any chip, any of them that has that same chip on there, and just select it, because I'm going to use soldering anyway, so it doesn't really matter. And then select to it. And then let's see, check connection. No connection, and let's plug it into the wall. We're going to power the board on. No problemo. No probing, no problemo. Board's plugged in. Check connection. Of course it doesn't work. I got my ground on there. Okay. Now what? Now what? Check our wiring. Did I send it to the programmer? I think I did. Check pin 2. Okay, let's go back and look at it again. So I'm going to unplug the board. Oh, you know what? Yeah, you know what? You guys, you're going to hate me for this. You're going to hate me for this? Do you hate me yet by saying this already? This board that I grabbed is a junk board for parts that has parts missing. When I have red on here, it means I've taken parts off this board. There's no way this board's turning on. There's no way this thing has power. Oh my freaking, you guys need to keep me on task. Gosh, what are you doing? So we need a board that actually has power on those pins. Because I was using it as a prop. I grabbed the board for a prop. We talked about it, and then that's as far as I went with it. I have tons of these boards. It's not the issue of not having a board. It was just a board that I just grabbed as a prop. Let me just make sure this thing powers on. You could say I'm an idiot. Just go ahead and do it. Or it's just a slight oversight. Slight oversight. You know what? I think it's just because I want to make this take longer. Right? You guys have fun when it takes longer. All right, let's see if this board might power on. If this board powers on, we're good. No power, no problem. Oh, spark. Okay, the board is coming on. CPU is hot. Okay, so we have a board that comes on. It's all about the content. It's all about the content. Okay, so we're good with that. So we can go with this one. There's a slight detour. It's okay. It's all part of the learning process. Learning schmurning. You idiot, Stimpy. No, sir. Didn't like it at all. Spark it. Did you see the spark? It don't matter. Sparky. All right, so I'm just going to do my thing I did a second ago. Is I just kind of cut this out. You know what's funny is I'm like cutting the traces off. Let's just cut those traces right out of there. I don't know if I'll do this on their board. Probably should be careful, right? Just cut all the traces. Look at those traces. Did I just cut all the way across them? God. Let me check it. We'll just make sure we have voltage on all those before we're really saying I'm an idiot. The magic razor just ruins all the traces. Okay, we got 3 volts there. As long as we have 3 volts on all of them, we're okay. 3 volts there. 3 volts there, and 3 volts there. Okay, so we have 3 volts on all of them. Wait, what? I like how people are just like, you're being so crazy. What are you doing? Why are you doing all these stupid things? Well, because I'm not really worried about it's a test board, but then I'm like, I'm trying to take the easy way out and not have to cut off this whole film. And so when I sliced it, I did slice a little bit into the traces there. You can kind of see it. So whatever, that's fine. It's fine. Why'd you do that? I'll be more careful in the next one, all right? But at least we know this thing's turning on and we have voltage to these pins. And time to smell some good flux. So we're going to tin these pads. Proper nice pads. Okay. Remember, this is my board, so I can do whatever I want with this board. I can raw dog it if I want. I can destroy it if I want. Now the customer's board, you gotta be careful. Okay, so that's good. All we're trying to do is just still a proper nice BIOS. All right, so yellow, blue, purple, green, go. Yellow, blue, purple, green, go. Oh my gosh, it's all tangled now. Oh, are we still having fun? Are we still having fun? I don't know. Aye. 6, 7, 4, 5? Yes, and then I named them to my colors. So we got 6, 7, 4, 5. So yellow, blue, purple, green. Yellow, blue, more sparks, old Sparky. Man, these are all tangled up. I had them so much better the first time. Yep. Yep. This one's frustrating me now. I don't know why it's different. Got that. Okay. All right. One more to go. Yellow, blue, purple, green. You need the rest. Wait, you need some rest and spend the day with your family. You're right. In about 45 minutes, we'll do that. And I don't know, what are we going to do today? What will we do today? I mowed the lawn yesterday. So I got that done around the house. I had to reload this computer yesterday. I was at a swim meet yesterday. Edited a video yesterday. Get on there. I don't know how to get it right on the edge. Okay, so we got the ground hooked up, we got that hooked up, power hooked up. Will this work? Will it work? Back to the drawing board, who knows? Test connection. Okay, let's try this again. Ken, curious, YouTube revenue, repairs revenue, or less? Repairs revenue is majority. Yeah, there's not much in YouTube revenue, but you guys definitely do take the edge off of some of these repairs where I sit there and go down a freaking rabbit hole for 20 years trying to fix something that was like a non-fixer. So that's the problem, is like sometimes I spend too much time trying to fix something and I can't fix it. And so whenever I get those, YouTube revenue does help out for that, because I end up only making a couple dollars an hour sometimes on those. One probe looks off. Yeah, the very last probe seemed like it was going to be. And the thing is that my company does sales, and so that's the main income overall, is actually selling parts, and so repair revenue is not even that much. It's usually less than 10%. I'm going to go back over here and look at this. It's usually less than 10% of my total sales is repair, and so it had been even like 5%. Let's see what we got here. 6745. 6745. We got that right, correct. And then 67. There's 2 rabbit holes. Hey, Tony, thank you for that $20 donation. That does help out on those rabbit holes for sure. That definitely does. All right, so what are we doing here? So 6745. Gosh, 6745. We have 6745. 6 is yellow. 7 is blue. 4 is purple. 5 is green. I have all this stuff set right. I don't know. I'm ready to just pull this freaking chip off of here is what I'm about to do. Is the power supply powered on? I got it plugged in right here. Plug it in. Test connection, no. We'll poke it again. Let me just make sure that all my connections are fine on here. Again, since I haven't done this one, I don't know like all the tricks or all the common issues that will happen or arise. So let me see. Let me just make sure my colors are right. So we have yellow is the first one. That's this one, okay. And we know all those lines were powered up. And then the next one was blue, right? And then purple is the third one. All right, so these are normally what I do is I just kind of poke it more, make sure we have good continuity. Okay, try it again. Alcohol the tips, reverse the order. If I reverse the order, I feel like, oh, there we go. I just need to reseat it. Okay, we did get connection. So there we go. All right, test the connection. We're connected to the chip. I'm just going to read the chip to back it up because that's what we need. Where am I putting it though? So I'm going to put it in this one's folder. I'm just going to call it a RIP because then I know it's from a working board. So I usually call it. Always clean your tip and your hands. Finally. Did that take too long, people? I think we lost some people out of that. Okay, so we did back it up. So now we have a fresh, clean EC chip, or EC BIOS. And now we're done with this board. Now we get to do it to the customer's board. And all of this just so we can flash the BIOS? Really? He didn't even ask for this. He didn't even ask for this service. Ken, welcome to the Coolest Fans Club. You are one of the coolest fans, you know? Thank you for that. Okay, I need to pull his board out, though. I think, oh, no, we can do it inside of the chassis still. Okay. I actually want to look at this EC chip. Do you guys want to take a gander inside the EC RIP and see what it looks like. I'm interested. I want to see if there actually is a BIOS in there. I mean, not a BIOS, a service tag written in it. Bin. Open. Okay, so here's our EC chip here. I'm just going to look through here and just see if there's anything, an area that actually has a service tag. I mean, it has to have a service tag in it. Usually down here at the end, where they put all the personal information, where they put the passwords and stuff. Okay, so there. Okay, there's the board part number. There's the service tag right there. So we should be able to clear the service tag right here. Let me copy this. See if I can find it, if there's multiple instances of it in here. Okay, so I'm just going to clear that out. What do you think? Nope. All right, I'm just trying to, this thing is kind of a funky program. If you select in a certain area, then it copies and it stays selected. So I have to kind of deal with that. Okay, there we go. Save as. No ST. All right, let's just try that. Okay, where are we at? What did I miss? 20,000 viewers. What? 1,000 viewers are great. Max velocity, weather. What did it say? What happened to the other laptop? The other laptop's on the bench over there. You're like, wait a minute, what's going on here? So the other laptop, we had it running the Matson mods, trying to get it to get through that. It never made through it. So it's still doing whatever it's doing. We will get, oh, we are going to get back to that one? You're right. I don't know. I don't know if I'll make it in time. You like the Y's? Y's the Y's. I'm just copying whatever's in there. I don't know. I think Y's look cooler than F's. Put an F to the Y's. Okay, so how am I supposed to get to this time instead of cutting it? What do you want me to do? Should I not cut this one? Should I just peel this back somehow? How am I supposed to do this? She'll be fine. I'm at a loss. Wes, you're at a loss. Don't be lost. Cut it, melt it. God, see, this is the problem. This is why I didn't want to do this. That's why I cut it. It's so much cleaner. All right, let's just look where the traces are and we'll cut it. See all the traces? So, I'll just heat it up. We'll heat it, peel it. Lighter fluid, petrol. It's all gooey. So gooey. It's so gooey. Oh my gosh. I like my method better, cutting it. Ugh. 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 Okay. All right, good enough, club. Heat it up sideways, 6-7 a day. All right, I don't know. Are we even having, is this even worth what we're doing here? I was gonna have to do it at some point anyway. I guess I'm gonna have to do this. Okay, so we have to tin the pads again, like before. We've already been through this. It's only pins 2 through 5. Some alcohol. All right, we're ready. Coming in hot. Okay, yellow, blue, purple, green. Yellow, blue. So tangly. I usually put the wires on afterwards, and because I'm leaving them on, it's driving me crazy because they get all tangled. Yellow, blue, purple. How am I getting a purple over here? Purple. Okay, green. Where you at, green? Where you, my boy? Where's my boy green at? What are you doing over there, green? Oh my gosh, green, you're messing everybody up. You're not my boy anymore, green. Okay, green. You're about to be out of here. I don't know. Do you can see it from the side here. Let's see if it's. Oh, that camera's not working. Weird. Huh. Okay. I was going to try to give you a better side shot. Let me see. We could try to give you a different view. I don't know. So you can actually see what I'm doing. But what I'm doing is making me mad. So that's why I wanted to show you how annoying it is. Purple, green. Blue needs to stand up. Green needs to get out of my way. It's because I'm leaving the motherboard in here. It's making me even worse. Oh, we need circus music right, for dealing with all this stuff. With this spider. Ding, ding, ding. Yeah, I don't have my music on today because I'm not logged into the SoundCloud account. Because I'm trying not to put too many Google accounts on this computer. Okay, I think we're good. Okay. We need a ground. We need to hold our breath. So the ground is connected. Power. Oh my God. All right, you ready? Of course. Of course. Why would it work on the first try? It's too easy. Unplug, plug it back in. Okay, we got it. We're going to read it. We're going to back it up. So this is their original EC chip, or EC programming, original. Read that thing. Okay, we're on our way, people. We're on our way. We are backing up their EC chip, and now we are going to write on the one that we made, which is the RIP with no service tag. So we're writing that one on there. Sorry, guys, you moved. Yeah, so their premise just pasted in my brother's music. That's what we usually listen to on the stream. And so my brother's a musician and or producer, I guess. Makes a bunch of different music. He plays like 27 instruments, but he also does stuff, and that's a lot of his older stuff. He added a few more things, but all the intro and outro music or background music is always from him. All right, that's programmed. Whew. So I'm saying these side detours sometimes, they wear me out. They wear me out. They wear me out. They're better. Okay. All right. Let's see what we got here. Will it boot? I'm telling you right now, if this thing does not post anymore, we're going to just chatting. Oh, because I'll have to deal with that later. Oh my gosh. But please don't let that happen, please. Please, please. All right, so we need this battery plugged in because we need enough power. Actually, I'll switch it. Well, I can do it right now. Plug this in. All right, this is all just to flash the BIOS so that we can change out the memory speed, hopefully. Wait, it was 3 months. I think I can handle it. Okay, here we go. Plug it in. It's powering on, turned off. Powering back on. I hear fan spin. Are you serious? It's just pulsing. All right, I want to. You guys are gonna kill me. Serenity now, insanity later. You guys are gonna kill me. Do you know why? You guys are gonna kill me. You know why? You gotta say why. Okay, look. I promise. I'm not always like this. I promise. Just because I'm trying to perform on demand, I made a mistake. It's no post now. I'll fix it tomorrow, I promise. All right, so there we go. There's the whys. That's what we're waiting for. But you guys got to keep me honest, right? I'm about to tell how many people, 1,200 people, what I did. Does anyone know what I did? Actually, I'll let you guys figure out what I did. Call it an extra stream tomorrow, a makeup stream. A makeup stream, okay. Let's see what we got here, guys. So one's a donor board, and one's the real board. Oh, they look identical. They're in the same stack I have over there. They're freaking identical. So if you look right here, yeah, it's a 573 or 753 versus a 751. 751 is what we had originally. Whenever I pulled the board out, I even double checked it, but it was just our prop board. And then I went through that whole process. Then we grabbed another board. I was just like, oh, let's just grab this board. Oh, it turns on, blah, blah, blah. And then we went through that. So put the wrong EC firmware on there. Nice. Yeah, I used an R5. I was trying to upgrade it, man. I want it to go faster. I want it to be strong like bull and be able to run 3,200 megahertz. I guess EC wrong. Wrong EC firmware, Eddie? Yep, nothing but the best. You guessed it. Okay, so I do apologize. Would you like me to rectify this? We got 15 minutes to rectify it, but I'd rather... Oh my gosh. I'm so, like, defeated by doing that. Rectify it. I like that. Rectify it. You know what? I probably should rectify it. Come chill, man. Just chill. All right, you guys know exactly what's going on. But don't you want to see 3,200 megahertz work in here? I don't understand why I don't have the actual firmware just already extracted. Oh my gosh. All right, let me check something real quick. Rectifier of diodes. It happens to the best of us. Premise is so nice to me. Premise is so nice. Gosh. It wears me out. It wears me out, man. All right, so I want to see if I can actually extract the BIOS, then it'd be much better off, I feel like. But let's see. So my BIOS extractor hasn't worked. Most people say just light a candle and lean back. I should have my own candle here, actually. That's what I should do. I should have candle. The price of speed is crash. Let me figure out if I can get this extractor tool to work actually, and then if we can do that, then we'll be good. But otherwise, we can just hang out. It's not going to be that one. It shows you're human, not alien. That's a good one. That's a good one. Give me a second here. I'm going to try to run. The thing is that whenever I'm usually running my extractors, I have the path already saved in here, so I need to set a path real quick. And I'm trying to remember which one I need. I think I need this one. Let me see if this runs. Python news. We're going to use this Python. Okay. Okay, maybe this will work. Maybe we can just do it. We can do it slowly. Let's just do it. We have, see this says right here the M15R3, R4 extracted already, and there's no EC region in here, but I also don't see the BIOS region in here, which I think is weird. So I was just trying to extract it, 17R4. This file. Sent you the extracted. Oh, come on. You kidding me? You just sent it extracted already? Oh, man, you're so helpful. All right, let me check it. All right, give me a second. Well, the Dell PSF extract doesn't work on it. It has to be, because those only work on like XPSs or the newer Dell files, so it has to use the UMI. So that's why I was just using that one, the UA, whatever you call it, AMI. That's what I call it. But did it extract just now? No, I have all the extractors. The problem is not having the having the extractors. I have all of them, but having the command already set up is, I usually just right-click on here and then run in terminal, and then have all my commands set up where I have all the stuff I need. But oh, extract. We can edit the AMI PFAT. We could edit the password out of there. I love watching your videos. It shows humans fail for the rest of us. Smart human, but human. Thank you. Well, thank you, Bobby. Thank you there, Bobby. What was the command? I thought that I just put these on here, I think. Not supported. Perfect. That's what I'm looking for. Okay, so maybe it's not AMFAT. Maybe I need the other one. UCP? UCP? Can be UCP. There it is. Okay, it was UCP. All right, got that to extract. Let's see if it extracted it in here. Yay! Okay. All right, we got it. We're back on track, guys. It still extracted nothing. So I extracted the BIOS, but there's no EC region being extracted out of there. That was the whole point of extracting that. And so I'd already had an extracted folder in here, but it didn't have it in there either. Let's see. So when I did, so what's up with that? Okay, so it says max speed. So this person here, Baron, is saying 667 is the fastest. So whatever. Yeah, it probably goes to 667. That's it, or 666. Okay, I'll deal with this later. I'll have to reflash the EC chip tomorrow with another BIOS or another EC that I did. Waiting for the 1.8 adapter, Pogo pin for your 9500 BIOS. That's 9500s. That's a fun one, but you can do it with a Pogo on that one for sure. I guess let's hang out for a little bit. Standard 1.2 volt slots. Let me pull up this other chat because I can't, it's hard to see what the heck's going on with all this chat words. So many words, man. Censor an exe, no command. Okay, cool. Thanks, Led, for sending all those things over. I think we're good. I think it just doesn't have it inside the BIOS for some reason. I don't know where it would be if it's not inside that BIOS. You should use an RCV instead. You're right, 1000%. I've been telling you that every single time I've told you to extract BIOSes. I've always told you to extract the freaking RCV, and I didn't even follow that. Okay. Does it have an RCV? It has an RCV, so we're going to download the RCV and extract that. I don't like, Dell just changed their layout of their website, so I'm not a fan either of the new layout. Okay, so let's try that. It may or may not be different, who knows? Sometimes this one's only 16 megs, the other one was a little bit bigger even. So we'll try this again. Cut. But I like when people are keeping me honest here. Okay, paste. Nope. Paste. Come on. Is it in here? Oh, it's already in here. So I guess I've already extracted this file before. Not supported. So we're going to try. Wait, so it's not supported. Didn't we just use that one to extract it? So UCP, so AMI, PFAT, let's try that, PFAT. That's not supported either. What are you saying? It's renamed to RCV in the bin file. Well, I usually, oh. Wait, what? What are you saying? Open RCV in hex editor and find EC. Okay. You're right. You're right. So we can just find the EC region in here. It's not the easiest to do, but we can definitely do it. So that's starting there. So the EC region is here. And we need this. Copy, find, paste, find. Okay, there it is. And then it's, so we're just going to delete the full starting of that. Jump to home. Home. Go delete. Delete. Okay. All right, so we have that lined up. So now we need to go to the very end of the EC region, which is how far down? Well, what I'm basically just doing is cutting it out of the BIOS RCV manually. We're going down to this line here, which is 1FFF0. 1FFF0. This is the manual way of doing it. We're going full manual, people. And that's also useful, right? Because people don't know how to do manual either. So it's in here. FFF0. FFF0. So here's our end. So we want everything above that. So I'm going to do a shift control end, and that will jump me to the end, and I hit delete. All right, so now we should have a file that, is this right? Yeah, a file that is the same. So say the size 128K says down in the bottom. You probably can't see it. Maybe you can. So now I'm going to save as, And I'm going to call this one, I don't know, EC from Dell BIOS. I don't know. Something descriptive, just so you know. Okay. It's probably should be a bin file instead, so I'll rename that. Maybe I'll save it as bin file. I can just change it to a bin, right? It doesn't need to be an RCV. Let's just change it to a bin. Probably doesn't matter. Okay, there we go. Good idea. All right, did y'all get that? Are we good? Did I do anything wrong? I don't know if I missed it. What is the file size of EC? It's going to be 128 kilobytes for a 9022. He sent it on Discord, and he's even sent it to me on Discord. Well, there it is. Look at LED. LED just sent it to me on Discord anyway, right here. What a helper you are. I'm going to download that one too. We'll compare them. Let's compare and contrast. Let's see who's superior in creating ECs out of thin air. Close all this stuff out here. Remind other laptop in progress. Oh yeah, I'll go check at the other laptop. Oh gosh, okay. So here is what LED sent me. LED has all this other stuff. What's all this other stuff in here, dude? Bro? Brodels? Which one is mine? Wait, what did I do wrong? I'm missing something here. Did I not delete all this? I thought I did. Ah, I must have left all that stuff in there for some reason. How did I do that? All right, so this goes away. Now it looks the same. Look at that. And now my ending's wrong because I didn't do it right. Okay, so mine is crap. LED's was superior. So if you want to know who won the EC creation battle, LED did. So mine's no good. So I'm going to take his, and I'm going to put it in my folder here. So hip hip hooray to him. I'm going to delete these because they're junk. Okay. We got it? Right in the nick of time. Okay, let me go look at the other laptop real quick while we're at it. It's a mini keyboard. Okay, that's the EC area? Question mark? It sure is. It's just in the BIOS because it has to flash it. All right, so this other laptop that's been sitting here for 30 minutes or 2 hours or whatever it is. LED Farmer's phenomenal. All right, so this thing never actually ended up running its stupid, stupid program. You stupid laptop. So, where's my keyboard at? LED is the GOAT. Now, I would have done it. I would have been able to do it eventually. But again, doing it on demand here. I would have caught myself. Love when someone trolls themselves. All right, so this has been plugged in the whole time. It hasn't been running on battery. That'd be crazy. That would be absolutely maniacal. Oh gosh. And all we're trying to do on this one is we're trying to figure out what was wrong with the graphics card, and we let it run off to the side and multitask. Okay, so Control-C, cancel. And back to our Zoom screen. Where's our Zoom screen at? Optical zoom. Come on. You got it? Okay, Mr. Potato Head. All right, we're just going to look at this real quick. I just want to figure out what is going on. Farming those EC BIOSes, old lead farmer. Okay, so it looks like my SD card has disconnected. And it's not working, so I have to do a reboot. Windows full of back doors and front doors. Oh yes, war games. Nice. All right, so we're going to go into... Actually, I'm going to try one of these other... I generally don't use these tools that they already have in here, but it's... what is it? Mods Init. Let's try this one. See if that works. Mods... I guess Init 2 actually would work. I can't tell if I wrote it or not. Mods initialize 2. 2. So pay attention to the current. We want the current to go up on the on the thing there. Windows bricked another factory install. So it failed. File system. We're looking for some sort of error that pertains to the thing not working. Ugh. All right, I'm going to do an LSPCI real quick just to make sure we are having the graphics card show up. What we got? You see it in there? NVIDIA 3D device right there. Tazzy with some gifted subs, coming in with some gifted subs on Twitch again. Isn't that your second Taz? You just Tazzed me some more? More like tasing. Well, it looks like Nuck and Kyle and Grava, Koi, and Monday all just got commercial free on Twitch for the next 30 days. Thank you so much for those donations there. Oh my gosh. I think we're getting to the end of this. GTU did not complete. Well, it normally does that error whenever we're running this stupid... I hate mats and mods. Hate it. Hate it, man. No, it's always finicky. You always are sitting there writing stuff all the time. So I'm just going to try running mats and then see what happens here. So mats, we're going to do... I'm going to start with index 0. And then we'll do E50. Okay, current did not go up. So that's what we got to pay attention to. The current, right? How do I point? Right there. Current did not go up. So that did not work. So now we're going to do it again, but we're going to change to index 2 or to 1. Okay. Current did not go up still. And no errors. Interesting. All right, I'll have to deal with all this stuff later, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, my freaking flash drive disconnected again. It's like if I move it, it disconnects or something. See how LS does nothing? So if you touch it, disappears, and then you have to reboot it all over again. Oh, she's dead, Jim. She's dead. It's a bad port, or I don't know. This cord was hanging off the side right here. He mentioned the left side. Oh, he did mention that there's a left side issue. Oh, yeah. So it could have something to do with the port just being a little messed up here. Erased it from your existence. It's disconnected. All right, so we'll go back again. It's just because I have to keep moving the laptop back and forth to get it in front of these cameras so I can see. Time to give up and go home. I get it. Yep. All right. All right, so I'm going to just deal with this later. I'll be able to fix it tomorrow or not fix it at all. That's the option. So anyway, let's spend the next couple minutes on just doing some just chatting, and then we'll be fine. And I'll deal with these other two, and I can give you all an update later. Let's see. Hit your questions on the go. Let's get some questions in, and then we'll wrap it up. Dodgy USB connector. Is the movie you want to watch? Are we having fun yet? I don't know if we're having fun yet. That was not fun. Oh, we concur, we concur. Needs a refill of my blood bourbon. I didn't even have a sip of water the entire time. You know what? You have an M15R3 loaded with Windows 10 System 32. Takes 2 minutes to get to the boot screen. It passes, after it passes that, it runs fine, but it takes longer to boot up. It uses fast boot. That's strange. That's strange. I don't know. Windows 10, though, on M15R3 kind of seems old, but I guess maybe it was shipped with that, maybe. Ginger or Mary Ann? Whew. You know? Put them together. Time for burgers and beer. What telescope do you have? I have 15 different telescopes. So I have a couple of refractors. So I have a William Optics 81, a William Optics 110, and then I have an RC6. I have a 10-inch Dob Skywatcher, and then I have a couple Atlas mounts. I have a couple, or I have a Celestron mount. What else do I have? I got a couple SCTs, some Meade SCTs. I don't know. I pick them up used and fix them usually. A bunch of smaller scopes. I have a solar scope too. Yeah, I need some water. Okay. It was fun going down a multi-level rabbit hole, going back and forth, right? SSD or HDD, BIOS old? What do you mean by that, Led? Are you asking? Oh, you're asking them. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, because if it does have an HDD, it would be old, but an M15 should have an SSD, totally. Have a shot on me. Hey, thank you there, Semper. I appreciate that. I'm going to actually stop. I can't stop by the bourbon store today because they're closed, but I normally would. Don't dehydrate. Can't win them all. Journey is important, but the destination is more important. So I'll get them fixed tomorrow. It's just sometimes it's hard to just do it, and especially since my computer was not set up to kind of do all the stuff that I normally do. Windows 10 takes a while on a mechanical hard drive, which it does. Making a thingamabob with my ESP32 and some thingamamagics, well, anyway. A lot of people apparently put me on the background, so they either use me to go to sleep or use me in the background while they're working or doing something. So that works for me. That's fine. What multimeter do you use to get it on the screen? So I'm using a Unity something, whatever it's called, this thing. And I have a link in the video description for it. This is the UT161E, but there's a D that has less digits. This is a 22,000 count. There's a 6,000 count version of it. And it has like this USB connection on the back. Let's see. I have some used SSDs, and none of them have failed. So Venus, Jupiter, or maybe Mercury. Mercury if you're lucky. Have a shot of bourbon on me too. You deserve it. Hey, thank you there, John. Johnny K. Let's see. I have a 5559 with original Windows 10 Home on it, and the OS recovery is not working. Well, I'm not surprised. And on those, are you trying to get it to rebuild the OS? Because that's not normally. You just make a USB flash drive and you can reload it if you need to reload it. But the OS recovery on those things are not. I mean, it's just they never get updated, right? We have a few people like you. Get yourself a smart scope. Yeah, if you have a smart scope, then you can just kind of program it to kind of go around the sky, and you can kind of have a whole night of looking at different things. There's a theme here, probing aliens and telescopes. What's up with that, Nate? Oh my gosh. So Marianne every day. Sometimes I wipe hard drives and reinstall on the wrong disk, dead NVMe. I've done that too many times, so you have to be very careful what we install onto. Too bad for the third laptop. It won't be fun. The third laptop, what was the third laptop? No power? We do so many no powers on M16, so it probably would have just been the same stuff we've always worked on. If you look at the C-Star S50, that's a scope that you use this week. So C-Star is going to be kind of a smaller device, and I don't know what its optical or its focal length is on those, but I think it has a optical, not an optical viewfinder. I think it's actually a screen. But you can do live stacking, which is good. So you can actually see some stuff very far. So stacking is basically the effect of taking a picture, then taking another picture, taking another picture, taking another picture, and you're averaging them together. And you're trying to increase your signal and noise ratio, and then you can actually see nebulae, and you can see you can start building out, you know, a galaxy. If you're looking at a galaxy, I don't know what the focal length is. You have to have a lot of focal length to see galaxies, but. Did you finish the toffee vodka? Of course I have. Yes, I sure did. That stuff was super delish, super delish. I use it as a dessert after these long days. Dawn Webb was a beautiful up on our last day. Oh, it was easy to replace the palm rest on a 9520. I replaced the UK keyboard. Wait, is it? Well, when you replace it on a 9520, you were taking out everything. So motherboard comes off, screen comes off, everything bolts to it. So no, it's not easy. It just takes forever. I mean, there's so much stuff you have to take out. Anyone looking for a hard drive to boot needs to get an SSD. Yeah, you do not want a mechanical drive in this day and age anyway. Thank you so much for your time. You're the best. Brian, thank you for that. Speed difference day and night. So you have the UT890D, which I don't know, is that one, what count is that one? Is that a 22 or is it a 6,000 count? Marla Singer or Harley Quinn? Ooh. I don't know. I don't know. ASIC controllers are overheating. Let's see, what's the story with the green alien head in the back? Didn't you ask this before? So people have delivered this stuff to me. So I get the alien heads. So these are just from subscribers that kind of just send me stuff. So I have this. This was sent from Doc White, who's in the hospital right now, and I'm trying to remember who sent me all these other ones. But the one back there behind me is also another one. It's probably dead, but it's up there too. So people just send me these things. So I don't know exactly where they come from, but they were gotten and sent over. What do you require to become a mod? Well, Chesty, you know what? Usually it's just people that I can trust that are in the chat and are here all the time, is usually how they end up becoming a mod. And then you also kind of have to want it, you know. You have to want to feel like you're want to take the task, because it is a lot of work. The SSD has been discontinued. It was a 250 focal length with 50 millimeter aperture, so that's an F5. Great stream, Bourbon Time. Hey, thank you there, Scar. Appreciate that. I hear a galaxy is in Orion's belt. That's from Men in Black. How's the new chair? It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I still kind of tend to have an issue where I'm sitting at my desk and my desk's a little high, so I end up standing with or sitting with my arms up right here, and so I start getting shoulder tension. So I have to kind of think about it. Bourbon Time and a nice cigar. I have not had a cigar in a while. It's probably been more than a month or so, so I need to do that. Spinning drives are useful for storage, but that's about it. Okay, well, I think I have to wrap it up. Sorry I didn't make it through all your questions here. But let's see what else we got at the last second. Fixing alien telescope, looking for aliens. So, all right. Well, I appreciate everybody. Thanks for coming out. We had a interesting stream. We did fix the first laptop technically, and then we just broke it at the end. But I'll fix it again. But we had to replace the LCD connector. It did power on after that. We were trying to fix this BIOS issue, but it had a password on, so we're trying to mess with the EC chip and all this stuff. The other one we didn't end up kind of getting to, but I will get to it. So next stream, well, we do the streams twice a week, so Wednesday at 6 p.m. Central, Sunday at 9 a.m. Central. Next stream will be Wednesday at 6 p.m. And so I hope you guys join in. If you make sure to like the stream before you leave, that makes sure that people do see the stream. And let's see, you want to thank all the mods for keeping the chat clean, because that's one of the whole things is we always have these people come in, be a little crazy. We get them out of there, they nip them in the butt. Thanks, Lead Farmer, for sending all those files over to me and staying on top of all that stuff. And anyway, I appreciate you never. Oh, and thanks for the donations too. All that stuff helps. But I appreciate each and every one of you, and thanks for watching.